Hello Tristan fan, ayan, mega love shoutout to you. Welcome back Tristan fan.
to the world. D going up against his former team in that one. Meanwhile, tying at 27 here. Tim Hardaway Jr. at the free throw line for the Dallas Mavericks. Maybe the Atlanta Hawks completes the three-point play.
Initiate their offense.
Here's Gallinari from the edge, leaves the three-pointer short, rebounded by Snell, and picked off up to Doncic. And Doncic fouled on the play by Solomon Hill. Jeff, when you look at Luka, we saw him earlier this year. Where's the biggest area of improvement in his game when you look at beyond the numbers?
Well, I think he's
Nah, sure.
Big man. Whoa. Flex up.
Over the years in the NBA, there have been a lot of talented big threes. 2 titles for Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, and Steph Curry at Golden State. Wade, Bosh, and James won a couple of titles. This was a big three that won in 2008. Allen, KG, and Paul Pierce. Back in the 80s, the big three of Magic Johnson, James Worthy, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. My partner, Quinn Buckner, you played with a big three, McHale, Parrish, and Bird.
Yeah, I played with them in an '84, and that was a big deal. And you can see that now Brooklyn has their own version of a big three. That's why those 3 guys wanted to get together. They know it's important to have 3 guys that can get the ball to score. But Chris said equally important, you gotta have somebody to give it up.
And the starting lineup does not include Kevin Durant. He's missing his 3rd straight game, health and safety protocol. He will be able to rejoin the Nets on Friday night when they start their road trip. Brown, Harris, Jordan, Harden, and Irving for the Nets. And the head coach is Steve Nash, 14-12, 2-time MVP with the Phoenix Suns back in 05 and 06. And an outstanding player now in his first season as the Nets head coach. For the Pacers, they go again with this starting lineup of Justin Holiday, Domantas Sabonis, Miles Turner, Jeremy Lamb, and Malcolm Brogdon. And James Harden and the Nets have the basketball. They lost last night in Detroit, 122-111. Both these teams have lost 3 straight, and they meet for the first time tonight. Irving's been bothered by a sore finger, and his jumper is good.
He's going to come to look to score. So when you have opportunities to force him to get rid of the ball, I think you have to look at that. You may see it later in the game.
Well, Bruce Brown, the former Detroit Piston, in the lineup because he brings some defense to a team that is giving up 118 points per game.
But he's got enough size that they can switch with what you're talking about from a defensive standpoint.
And the 3 is no good, rebounded by Sabonis. Let's watch the rebounding numbers here tonight. And Sabonis has it knocked away, but a foul on DeAndre Jordan.
They can ill afford not to have Jordan on the floor. As you remember, in order to get Karis LeVert, as the Pacers did for the Harden trade, they gave up Jared Allen.
This is a Brooklyn team that 7 straight opponents have scored 120 points. The Pacers are coming in off their poorest offensive performance of the year, 95 points in the loss to Utah, and they shot below 40%. And you're right, the trade that's brought James Harden to Brooklyn. Karis LeVert now with the Pacers. And good news is, Quinn, he's on this road trip.
He's on the road trip back to Brooklyn. That's really good that he's on the road trip and it happens to be back to Brooklyn. Good to see that he is around the team. That no timetable been given as to when he will, at least start practicing those kind. But listen, when you have something as serious as he's had, I'm sure he's just glad to be able to get around.
Yeah, you have kidney surgery, and that is Jordan. He missed it, and it's rebounded by Turner. So good to see Karis LeVert with his new team, the Indiana Pacers, back in the building that he starred in with the Brooklyn Nets.
He stepped out of bounds. He got pushed.
Karis LeVert in his 5th year out of the University of Michigan, 26 years old. He was the Pacers' first-round draft pick in 2016, traded to Brooklyn for Thad Young. And Jordan lost the ball. Very inauspicious start here.
Messy is what I would say this is. But, but this is primarily why they put Brown in there, because they know the two people that you have to be very effective on, and this is where I think Malcolm has to take advantage of Joe Harris. Joe Harris is not a great defender.
They were teammates at Virginia, Harris and Brogdon, for 3 years. As Brogdon runs it up, it's no good, and rebounded by Brown.
That's the other thing Brown brings is he's a tough guy.
James Harden leading the NBA in assists at better than 11 per game. His 13th game with the Nets. And that's no good. Rebounded by Sabonis. So early, the Pacers doing a nice job on the glass. We'll watch that all night. Yeah. Brogdon, 4-3, got it. He had not made a 3 in each of the last 2 games for the first time this year.
You get his feet set on that one, get a good look at it. Good to see him knock one down. Maybe that gets him going again.
He and Sabonis have struggled offensively in the last couple of games. They've been so good all year long. The Pacers forced a turnover.
That's one of the things I think is going to be huge here. Pacers are one of the top teams in the league in terms of steals. And I think they've got to find a way to get some easy possessions on their defense by getting steals.
And Miles Turner misses that 3. Jordan finds Irving. And Irving runs and scores for his 2nd basket.
Ladies and gentlemen, he can get the ball in the basket. So the Pacers have got to be alert when Irving gets the ball.
Missed 7 games earlier this year due to personal reasons. And now Sabonis fades away and gets the roll. Pacers lead at 6-4. When you look at Brooklyn, and again, without Kevin Durant, who would be 3rd in the league in scoring if he was a qualifier, they've got the 3rd, 6th, and 16th leading scorers in the NBA. You saw that graphic early with the big 3 of Durant, Irving, and Harden.
Now Brogdon's get a chance to get a good look at it. Nobody runs at him, so it's good to see that one to go down. But on the other end, Kyrie Irving comes at you quickly. Brogdon, not wanting to get a foul, was able to stay solid defensively there. That's just a tough make.
Kyrie Irving had 27 last night. He's had 25 or more in 14 of the 17 games he's played this year. In his 10th year out of Duke.
Boy, time flies.
And like Durant, he is a title winner. Durant won those 2 at Golden State. Irving won with LeBron James in Cleveland.
goes right up the gut. That's an area where Miles Turner has excelled in his excellent job here. Joe Harris, pass, cut, strong finish. Nets with an early lead. He's averaging 11 assists per game. Yep. So the rest of the team just needs about 9 to keep this going. 85-86, it was more balanced. You had 6 different Nets averaging 2 or more assists. Michael Ray Richardson, Darwin Cook, Otis Birdsong. I can keep going. Also, but our friend Albert King is the highlight on my end.
I know. He was your favorite player of that era. Harden loses the ball. Brown tries to grab it, and he's out of bounds. Keep in mind, Kevin Durant is averaging 5.2 assists per game. So the numbers that Durant has put up are astronomical. 29.5 points per game, 7.5 rebounds.
And what he does on the we talk so much offensively. I've said this every game. What he does on the defensive end cannot be replaced.
Air ball from Brogdon, and that ball is out of bounds. DeAndre Jordan showing off some soccer skills. And the ball is loose. It went all the way to the other side. Indiana is 2 of 9 from the field.
The Nets, though, have done a really nice job getting it into the paint. All their buckets have come through points in the paint. On the attack, they got a couple free throws, but a nice job being aggressive.
Attack mode. Harden is fouled on the stumble. Miles Turner is a terrific shot blocker. Always has been, but it's even an area where he keeps getting better and better. And James Harden going to the free throw line as Turner picks up the personal. We mentioned the Nets shot 50% last night, but they allowed Detroit to shoot 56% and 45% from downtown. The defensive problems, Steve Nash has talked about them. The Nets are certainly aware. They're reminded of them on a daily basis. The issue is that every team has confidence against them, even teams that are not very good offensively.
Well, numbers don't always mean everything, but Detroit, the worst shooting team in the league, had those numbers.
Sabonis, no. Rebound to Harden. 8-0 run for the Nets. 12-6 lead. Harden, step back, miss it on a 3-ball. Rebounded by Turner. We have had no subs so far. 5.5 to play in this opening quarter. Lamb missed it on the inside. And then he got fouled on the rebound action.
Take a look right here. Just a little bit of a hip check by Kyrie Irving. And that's where it's tough, and you can understand the frustration of a player like Kyrie. You're trying to find a body. You're trying to box out. It's been such an emphasis for this Nets group about the defensive glass. Then you pick up a foul with it.
I mean, Sarah, Indiana has 6 points. There's 5 minutes and change to play in the opening quarter.
We haven't seen this often.
No. And a shot clock violation from the Pacers, who are completely disjointed on the offensive end.
I will add to it that Indiana doesn't have any points off turnovers. And as we know for the Nets, so much when you talk about teams coming in with confidence, a lot of that comes just through the easy buckets. They're able to get a pick, score at the other end. The Nets have eliminated a lot of that, despite having some turnovers, most of them dead ball.
Lob it up. Jordan, catch and slam on a special delivery from Kyrie Irving. 10-0 Brooklyn run. Brogdon, that'll end the streak for Indiana. Brogdon's first field goal. They are now 3 of 13 from the field. Harden picked up by Lamb. Harden gets around him. Bank shot, no, but a foul.
Once again, an assertive take by James Harden. Then here's Kyrie Irving. Man, putting it on the spot for DeAndre Jordan right over the outstretched arms of Turner, who has to come up high, engage there on Irving, throws it down. And that's a difference that Nate Bjorkgren has brought to this Indiana defense. They had been playing a lot of drop back and giving some room and space for those pick and roll players. And they've got their big up higher off the screens, as you saw Turner there. So there's opportunities to get it over the top and get behind the defense.
Some changes here. Lamb picks up his second foul, so he's on the bench. Doug McDermott checks in. TJ McConnell in. Indiana will go smaller here with Miles Turner taking a seat. Timothé Luwawu-Cabarrot came in to replace Joe Harris. And James Harden trying to tack on another. 16-8 Brooklyn. Pacers on Friday night really shot the three well and with confidence against New Orleans. That was a loss. Pacers have dropped 3 in a row. Brogdon, shot clock winding down, splits defenders, loses it, tries to save. That felt late, and it was McDermott. Indiana set a franchise record with 23 pointers against the Pelicans on Friday night. This is their 5th turnover of the opening quarter.
A connected defense, a lot of communication from the Nets. We see good level of energy, but it's just the talking and the rotations that you want.
Irving using the Jordan screen. Outside Harden. Harden, drive, kick. Irving gives it up to Brown. He's in trouble. Off the double team and a turnover. Bruce Brown dribbled the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, good double there, too, by Dermott and Sabonis. McDermott and Sabonis just recognizing that. To your point, though, about teams coming in with confidence, the start of the game so important against a team, especially like Indiana, because they're a dangerous team because they're motivated, but they've been struggling. They lost 3 straight. They've lost 5 of their last 6. And so jumping on them early can potentially rattle some of that.
Landry Shamet is in. Holiday's jumper is good. Justin Holiday, he's found a way to stay in this league and be a productive member on each team that he plays for. He's been on 7 teams, just signed a 3-year, $18 million deal.
The last 2 years, this season included, he shot the ball really well from 3.
Shamet, he's been gaining confidence. The drive, missed it on the inside. Follow goes DeAndre Jordan, the offensive rebound and stick back.
Good things happen when you attack the basket.
Mentioned the Pacers' points in the paint. That is a category that has been so important to their success this season. Number 2 in the NBA, just under 54 points per game. And they have been held to just 4 so far. We got a timeout. The Nets up 18-11. First quarter action continues on Yes.
At each Brooklyn Nets home game this season, we are honoring New York City essential workers as part of a series, Barclays Essential Together. These heroes have shown the world what it means to be New York tough and Brooklyn strong. Tonight, we are joined by Vicky Liu, a lab technologist at NYU Langone Tisch Hospital. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Vicky has been a part of the critical team supporting the testing of patient samples at NYU Langone Tisch Hospital. Many of those samples have been from COVID-19 patients, putting Vicky at high risk of contracting the virus. But her dedication to the work and resilience have carried her through. In addition to her work at the hospital, Vicky has continued to advance her education, working towards a master's degree in biomedical laboratory management. All the while, Vicky and her husband are waiting for the birth of their baby boy in just 7 weeks. Thank you, Vicky, for your hard work and sacrifice and all that you've done to keep our city going. Your efforts have directly contributed to the safety and well-being of our community through this COVID-19 pandemic, and we are so very grateful. One time, let's hear it for Vicky Liu.
Hello, Brooklyn Nets fans, or should I say, welcome back very soon. Today, New York State Governor Andrew Cuomo announced that Barclays Center has been approved to reopen to the fan base beginning Tuesday, February 23rd, when the Nets take on Sacramento. Following state guidelines, the building will be limited to 10% capacity, which is a cap on around 1,700 fans. Fans will also need to have a negative PCR test taken 72 hours in advance of the game, a rapid test upon entry, mandatory temperature checks upon entry as well, social distancing, and the use of face masks. Nets season ticket holders, members, and suite holders will be given priority access to the limited number of tickets available for the 2020-2021 season. Bert?
And Michael, Steve Nash was asked about it prior to the game. He said a little slice of normalcy would be really nice. Great for the fans, great for the community. Obviously, as a player, there's a huge difference when there are people there and people cheering you on and backing you up. Sabonis on a kick, Brogdon out of the timeout. Two-man action, Sabonis sets the feet and connects for 3. Starting to find their groove on the offensive end.
And that's what you need to be aware of. They pass the ball really well. They're unselfish as they start to space the floor. Taking a look at why Sabonis can be such a handful to try and guard.
Jump shot, Shamet, short. Rebounded by McDonald, who pushes it up the floor. Sabonis one-on-one with Jordan. Sabonis gets good position, misses, though, on the baby hook. Jordan ahead. Kyrie Irving gives it up. Dazzling feed and a finish by Brown. Irving made that decision in midair. Pacers get into it quickly. McDermott off. And Jordan rebound. Effort level has been high so far from Brooklyn, including DeAndre Jordan tonight. There's definitely a pride on the defensive end that we've seen going against Sabonis. Foul called out on the perimeter.
And you see Kyrie Irving well aware of where McConnell's at, what side he's coming from. His aggression opens up that baseline. And once again, Bruce Brown, we can't say this enough, just his feel on the floor, how to cut, how to slash, where to make himself available, and it's paid off.
Indiana over the limit. 2:01 to play here in the opening quarter. During the timeout, Kyrie Irving motioning over. And Karis LeVert there to greet him. You know, a nice relationship that was formed last year. Everybody on the Brooklyn side wants to see Karis LeVert get back on the floor, first and foremost, and succeed. Because the Indiana Pacers are getting a terrific player once he's ready to resume action.
Beloved by his teammates, the organization, fans. You know, he is missed immensely here in Brooklyn. understanding of the business aspect of it, but Indiana has a good one when he's ready to be back.
Aaron Holiday is in, matched up with Luwawu Cabarrot. The floater is good. Holiday brings energy, a physicality, even though he's just 6 foot 185. Trying to get into it quickly. McConnell can be a pest defensively. Got his hand on that one, knocked out of bounds, and now Tyler Johnson checks in, replacing Kyrie Irving. So without Kevin Durant, we have definitely seen some unique rotations and substitutions. Johnson getting a chance here tonight. Sabonis chops at the ball, out of bounds off of Indiana.
And this is a part of the opportunity. Even a player, of course, second of back-to-back here, but like Tyler Johnson, against Detroit last night, he played 3 minutes. He had 8 points. He went 3 of 3 from the field. Prior to him being out with the health and safety protocols, remember his last game against Utah played really well, so.
Luwawu Cabarrot on a killer crossover.
Get a couple of these guys in a rhythm.
McConnell rushes ahead. Sabonis with a head of steam. Jordan again holding his ground defensively, and he's frustrating Sabonis. No look. Jordan bangs into the smaller Holiday, and a foul is called. Foul against Indiana. More free throws here for Brooklyn, Sarah. They are 8 of 10 from the line, and all of their points so far have come in the paint with their 8 of 13 from the field. They have not made a three, only 2 attempts.
You like to see that type of acknowledgement that they can get to those areas. I'll say it again, Miles Turner, you love his numbers if you were on Indiana of what he's been able to do in terms of blocking shots, but a lot of that has come from the opportunities in the pressure put on him presented by the perimeter defense that could be spotty by Indiana.
Goga Batadze has checked in. And Domantas Sabonis will sit. He is joined on the sideline by Justin Holiday, so that means Edmund Sumner, 4th year out of Xavier, is in the game for the first time. And Sumner will handle it for Indiana. 25-16, Brooklyn will hit the 1-minute mark of this opening quarter. Holiday with the left hand. Jordan's got himself another rebound. That's his 6th. Triggers the offense for Harden. Trying to use that Jordan screen. Lob it up. Jordan, the catch in traffic. One dribble. Denied by Batadze. Sumner can't get it to go. Rebound in the right spot. And it's Doug McDermott with the deuce. Nets have a 2-for-1 here. Shamet outside. Harden's got it. He just got defended by his own man, Jordan. Tight defense, fend off. Harden, no. Back tap. Well done from Brooklyn, so they get a reload here. Good effort by Shamet. 7 to shoot. Harden makes his move. The drive, the foul. So the contact was with McConnell initially, but Harden continued on that drive towards the rim. He is so difficult to defend. Batadze picks up the personal, trying to extend out to block it.
Yeah, you see him initiate the contact initially on T.J. McConnell. Gives him the lane, though, to be able to get himself to the free throw line. And James Harden has done a nice job of really dicing up this defense, but a lot of it has ended in him here at the stripe.
Jeff Green checks in. See his first action of the night with 11.8 to play in the opening quarter. Tyler Johnson will sit. When you're going against James Harden and he's getting those kinds of calls, it can get under your skin. When he's on your team, you love it.
You love it.
You embrace it.
Great job being physical. That's the perspective.
Huge story in this opening quarter. Free throws. The Nets getting to the line and making their shots. McConnell gives it up. Pump fake. Holiday at the horn. He missed it off the heel. End of 1 in Brooklyn. The Nets with a 27-18 lead on the Pacers here on Yes. McConnell, fight for the loose ball, tracked down by Harden. Tyler Johnson, small against big. Swing. Now it's Harden. 10 to shoot. Sumner draws the assignment. Harden taking his time. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Harris fires. Can't hit the three. And it's rebounded by Bataze. Holiday off the penetration. Nice find. McConnell underneath for two. (27-20) Brooklyn. Green on the handoff. Gets it back from Harden. Floater doesn't go. Cleared by McDermott. McConnell forcing the action. Bataze on a kick. Holiday missed it with the left hand. A swipe at Harden. And he went down hard. Timeout taken. Nets didn't want to turn it over. Harden asking how there was no foul call.
Yeah, he couldn't break fall because he had the ball in his hands. And you could see him coming down on his elbow. Strong in the rebound. And, ooh. Nets, though, retaining possession.
With 8 to shoot. They back off the double team. Irving, the back in. The fade. Gets the bounce, and the Nets are on the board first. Indiana is running with Sabonis. Leave it for Brogdon. That is shooting practice and a three. To Turner. There's that three ball, and missed it on a rainbow delivery. Irving turns the corner. Floats it in. He was looking for a foul call. Kyrie Irving gets the bucket. Brogdon. And Harden turns it over. That's 3 Nets turnovers. Up the floor. Brogdon had it blocked at the rim by Irving. Good defensive effort. Sabonis went for 20 points, 9 rebounds, and a couple of blocks. Harden the acceleration in the bucket. James Harden strong. Harris forced to give it up. Time cases require big-time lawyers. Nets are shooting it at 47%. They are yet to make a three. 0 of 4. Indiana shooting a bunch of threes. Pacers are 3 of 9 from long range. Get into a set here out of the timeout. Handoff to Harden. Kick. Green is all alone. Pops. Rimming. And he's going to pick up his second personal foul. Who's that on?
I mean, they have their arms hook to begin with, but then you see the clear push-off by Batadze.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
a Wetzel's pretzel. Now I want one. Air ball from McConnell, caught by Harden.
Mustard?
Or Auntie Anne's, either one. No.
Mustard or cheese?
No. No mustard. Thank you. Shamet sticks it from the outside. Landry Shamet may have finally found his footing here in a Nets uniform. McConnell trying to force his way on the baseline. Jump shot doesn't go for Holiday. Rebound, Batadze. Goga gets the bucket.
Goga went and got that one in position. Brings his size. To your point, though, about Landry Shamet, he just seems comfortable.
Yep.
And a lot of it is him putting the ball on the floor more, too. It's not just these catch-and-shoot looks.
Drive and kick. Swing it. Harden likes the matchup against Batadze. Harris lines it up. Bottom for three. Nets have their largest lead. It's short-lived. The answer from Holiday. 32-25. First three of the night for Brooklyn. And then Holiday hits a tray for Indiana. 8:20 to go, first half. Harris, back-to-back. Oh, yeah.
Jeff Green has such a nice recognition. We say this about Harden, other players as well, continuing to feed the hot hand. If he's got it going, and Joe Harris normally does, get him the basketball.
Sumner brings length. Running one-hander doesn't go. Rebounded by Shamet, and he could not make the connection initially to Harden, but they avoid the turnover because Batadze overplayed it. Harden, swing. Shamet, that one's off, too strong. Rebounded by McConnell. Forcing his way in.
It on the inside, the pressure they've put at the rim, and now it's opened up some more looks from three.
So Joe Harris will sit after picking up his third foul. Harris is the Nets high man with 10 points. Kyrie Irving back in. Malcolm Brogdon. Irving. Of all the players on the floor to come away with that offensive board and stick back, it was Kyrie Irving.
When he's crashed and been in position to go after the offensive board, we see a leaping ability. 3 yellow jerseys around him. Good anticipation. And this is, I think, overall, we're only midway, not even quite through the second quarter here, but the type of energy that Steve Nash was asking out of his guys. Of course, they got to lead now. Things look good, but it's not just about the numbers or the score at this point. It's the effort and intensity we're seeing on the defensive end, the way in which they've had more attention to detail. And those are all the things that Nash is asking. There's a lot of reasons, Kevin Durant being out, the changes in the lineup. There are a lot of reasons why this is still a work in progress for this group, and no reason to panic at this point. But the one thing you can always control is the effort that you're giving.
Kyrie Irving is 4 of 4 at the free throw line. He's got 8 points. The Nets have their largest cushion. Indiana is shooting 32% from the field. 3 fouls on Lamb. He stays in there. Sabonis is back in. Lamb was looking for the basketball. Sabonis couldn't get it to him. Holiday lines it up. That one hits the shot clock, and it's out of bounds.
That's an example, though. We see it in Kyrie Irving. Tyler Johnson was doing a nice job initially. Nice denial off the ball.
So DeAndre Jordan is in, along with Irving, Shamet, Johnson, and Green. Irving creates some space, fades away. Bank shot. What an angle from Kyrie Irving.
Exceptional.
Get into a quick set here with Sabonis. Green there defensively. And he's called for the reach-in foul. 7-0 Nets run.
So Irving has two guys on him initially, and then he's got a 6'11", 240 player reaching over. Turner's trying to get in on the action, but his ability to create space in which he can get off a shot in any way and find the angles to get it to go through, it's something special.
Games played or so in the NBA season.
Without a doubt, which is the reminder the sky's not falling. However, there is the balance, though, of, okay, how do you still create that sense of urgency?
Irving is fouled by Turner. So 2 more free throws for Kyrie Irving. He's got 10 points and 3 assists.
And the Nets know this is about the long haul. It's always been about the big picture and building yourself up to that. So that's why there's not a level of concern, but it is those words, as Steve Nash had pointed to in post-game last night. What type of team do we want to be? And that's where the pride kicks in. And it's not just about the responsibility, of a handful of players or a couple. It's the entirety of the team and everyone included in this, and the togetherness that you see in how the teams come out and play.
And Sarah, attacking the basket, that has clearly been a to Sabonis. Over Jordan, short. And Jordan the box out. Quick leak out by Irving. Off to the races. Irving, kick. Shamet. A three. He's got it. Transition bucket with Landry Shamet firing from long range.
The way Shamet is carrying himself is different. His body language, how he's moving, how he's releasing the basketball, you could see it.
12-0 run. Brogdon can't hit. And Irving the push once again for Brooklyn.
We see % from three. That is the flip side of, as he started the season in his first 16 games, just 5 points. And he looks at the bench, he looks at his teammates, he feels the love. And I do think so much of Shamet, some of his opportunities to handle the ball a little more, whether it was playing in the pick and roll, putting the ball on the ground, sometimes just the versatility of doing different things, so you're not thinking only about open looks or knocking down some catch and shoot shots. I think it's helped his game as a whole.
What a difference one night makes. A bonus short. The Nets were down 20 in the second quarter last night against Detroit. They are up 20 in the second quarter tonight against Indiana. Irving missed it. The follow goes. It's Jordan working hard. Strong first half for DeAndre Jordan. It's a 15-0 run for Brooklyn. Brogdon inside. A foul was called on the pass. Sarah, the Nets have 20 free throw attempts. We have 4:36 to play in the first half. Indiana has 4.
It is because of their aggression of going to the basket, being on the attack. And the irony is that Indiana, they lead the league in rim attempts. They're normally the ones who are getting to the front of the cup, getting to the basket, trying to create opportunities. And the Nets defensively have done a nice job staying in front.
We told you at the top of the show, Indiana leads the NBA in layups. They're not getting any. The Nets' interior defense has been strong, anchored by DeAndre Jordan. Steve Nash continues to preach connectivity. Lob it up. Oh, Jordan! A grown man's jam! Off the feed from Kyrie Irving. Out of bounds, Indiana turns it over. If the Nets could just bottle this.
Bop. He cranks it back, throws it down. DeAndre Jordan is looking like a different player out here from what we saw last night. And you appreciate these numbers. 10 points and what he's done on the offensive end, 8 rebounds. But he's getting the job done defensively as well.
49-27. Irving now with 5 assists. Here's Harden. Back in for Brooklyn. Head and shoulder fake. Harden swatted by Turner. Out for Irving with 9 to shoot. Irving handles. Short. Rebound, Luwawu-Cabarrot. Nets get a little extra on this possession. Harden matched up with the big. Tries to turn the corner, puts it up, draws the foul on Sabonis. Let's step onto the court with the Oculus front row view of this hammer jam.
I mean, you want to get every view of this one. A beauty of a pass, the pullback by DeAndre Jordan, authority of which he throws it down. Nice to see.
Meanwhile, Harden is about to crack double figures. He's got 9 points, 8 rebounds. He's 7 of 7 at the line. The Nets are 17 of 21 collectively. And the lead is growing. 51-27, Brooklyn. Here's Lamb against Green, 6 to shoot. Lamb missed it, and Harden steps in for his 9th rebound of the night. Get into it quickly. Kyrie, short, pulled a string on it. Well, hit the 3-minute mark of the second quarter. Sabonis camps out. Green tries to poke at it, and Sabonis goes with the reverse off the window. But not a whole lot of that. Domantas Sabonis is 3 of 10 from the field, 8 points. Indiana shooting 29% overall. Roll to the rim. Green! Money. The slam for Jeff Green.
Feet work.
Brogdon sheds the defender initially. They back off Sabonis, lob it up. Turner couldn't catch it, but he touched it last out of bounds.
And take a look here. Miles Turner wasn't ready. He thinks there's going to be a charge. And the patience and poise of Jeff Green to catch it, look at where the defense was, step through, strong finish. The Nets have been very even and composed throughout the course of this first half.
6 turnovers for Indiana. Irving dealing with the pressure from McConnell. Harden. Lob. Again! DeAndre Jordan is a man possessed. Hammer after hammer after hammer.
Keep on feeding your big man. The Nets have done a beautiful job in the pick and roll of finding DJ on the inside, and he's rewarded them.
Stream live Nets games anywhere you go with Fox Sports Go, presented by T-Mobile. Tremendous first half here for Brooklyn. You know, it's funny, you think back to all this talk. It was very similar prior to the Utah game when the Nets hosted the Jazz, and they just thumped them that night. And a similar vibe the last few days building, getting ready for this matchup with Indiana. Sabonis denied on the inside. And a foul call.
And Sabonis just bodying on the inside. Both come over to help. That's a lot of what you anticipate of Sabonis, using more of his strength and size to get better looks in the inside. And thus far, DJ has done a nice job of pushing him around, making him take some short shots. But to your point, Ian, that's an excellent one. And I think that's where some of the frustration may come in on the part of Steve Nash, this coaching staff, the team itself. Is when they lock in, they can be very good. And not just about what they can do offensively, but being able to solid on the defensive end because they're very capable. It's just the consistency in doing so.
Indiana not making its free throws now, 4 of 8 as a team, 55-30. The lowest number of points the Nets have given up in any half this season is 40. Pacers are at 30. Deep one, Harden, bucket, a bomb for 3 from the Beard. .28-footer. Jordan, the block shot on Brogdon. Hey, you never know what could trigger a situation, and who knows? Last night, James Harden and DeAndre Jordan had the animated conversation. You just don't know. You don't know if that's something that could set a player off and make some changes and adjustments. Brogdon misses on the push shot. Jordan taps it over to Harden. And the Nets want more. No look. Kyrie Irving cruises to the rim. And he's fouled. The Nets running hard.
And every player has done this. A big smile on the face of Kyrie Irving. Because they understand this is such an integral part to how they play. And watch Kyrie Irving. Right here. The sprint. He got another gear. Acceleration. Because he knows that if he gets ahead, that Harden will get him and deliver him the basketball. And you can say this about a handful of players here on this Nets group, but Harden in particular will find you.
Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Kyrie Irving, 13 points, 6 assists, 3 rebounds. Last night, Jordan and James Harden definitely had a disagreement. Tonight, working together in unison. The chemistry has been obvious in this first half with Harden, Jordan, Irving, Jordan.
Because that's a part of teammates. That's a part of just how you work through things, holding one another accountable. It's not a contentious situation. It's how do we get one another better? And I think we've seen that a lot amongst these teammates and with this group.
Roll to the rim, kick. Irving fakes out Holiday. Oh, no. Foul is called. Kyrie Irving just put a couple of Pacers on skates. Coming up at the half, Chris Shear and Frank Isola back in our Yes Network studios. This hot first half will be covered. Michael Grady will have the coaches report, and we'll have Where Brooklyn At all coming up.
Couple big numbers that pop out at you. Points off turnovers for Indiana, an area where they're 4th in the league at, just 3. Second chance points, just 5. And oftentimes those are the areas that can get an opponent offense going against the Nets, and Brooklyn has done a nice job at minimizing it.
The Nets have 22 points at the free throw line. Indiana has 30 points overall. Sabonis, it's just not going down for him. They've contained Domantas Sabonis. Irving walks the tightrope, hits the deck, and the Nets turn it over to Luau Cabarro. This is the second half of a back-to-back for Brooklyn in Detroit last night. Indiana was here waiting for the Nets, and it's Brooklyn up by 32 with 26 seconds to play first half.
Haven't played since Sunday, have had a couple days to prepare, get settled in.
Second quarter score is 35-12 Nets. 2.5 second difference. Shot clock, the game clock. Brogdon lines up the 3. That's too strong. Poked up in the air. Controlled by Green. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Green should get a shot off here at the horn. No good. And we hit the break in Brooklyn. The Nets blowing out the Pacers 62-30 at halftime. Chris and Frank coming up.
Do we have candles? No blowing out candles.
It's all right. No candles. Thank you so much. Do I just hold it for the entire game?
I'll take it from you.
Oh, thank you. All right, let's check in with Michael Grady, coach's.
Really being aggressive with Domantas Sabonis. The Pacers had just 14 points in the paint. Meanwhile, the Nets had 26 and also had 26 free throw attempts as well. That certainly helps out the Nets twofold. Obviously, getting to the line helps, but it also helps them set the defense, which was key in that first half, Bird.
All right, thank you, Michael. Harden couldn't convert on the inside, and it's out of bounds.
I botched the whole birthday and cheesecake presentation because I also want to say thanks to Colette, Alan, Jelani, Dave, Hastings, Amanda, Jason, and everyone at Juniors.
Oh,
and then
thank you.
You're the biggest blessing, Bird. You're like sunshine. You make
Sarah.
everything better, brighter, and more exciting. So happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thanks to the entire Yes crew. Who knew we even had that camera angle? That felt like a nanny cam. Where did that come from?
Oh, they're watching us.
I had no idea.
They're
this whole
always watching
season,
us.
they've had that angle?
I know. I need to run a brush through my hair a little more often.
62-33. Nets in front. They have held Indiana to 26% shooting. Joe Harris, put it on the board. It's a three. $65-33. Nets just underway here in the third. Scoring numbers, 16 for Irving, 13 apiece for Harden and Harris. Jordan has 12 points, 10 rebounds. Sabonis couldn't catch it cleanly. Turns right into Jordan. Kick it out. Brogdon misses on a three ball.
DeAndre Jordan and James Harden out-rebounded the entire Pacers team in that first half.
Here's Harris. Clear it for Irving. Mismatch. Irving against Sabonis. He wants to take him off the dribble. No. Jump shot. Bottom. Kyrie Irving. A three ball. $19 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds for Irving. Sabonis. Long rebound off the three-point miss. Holiday. Now it's Lamb with Harris. Give it up. Turner leans in. Looking for a foul call. Didn't get it. And it's knocked out of bounds and a technical assist to Miles Turner.
And Turner felt like he had contact. Nonetheless, the weak side helped. The opportunity for the Nets to be in the paint and pick up that cutter, a player they often miss.
I got to tell you, I did not know what Nate Bjorkgren looked like until he took off the mask.
No way.
No, I
really?
just didn't have a whole visual, because all you see when you watch tape is the mask.
It can definitely skew your perspective of people.
Oh, very much so. I've taken a lot of flights during the football season, and
well, now it probably helps you, the star that you are, that you're not recognizable on flight, because I know how people like to talk to you.
Yes, nobody knows who I am. I'm the masked man.
They still try and talk to you. You have kind eyes.
I'm not engaging quite as often. It's not really set up for that, Sarah. Whip it to the corner. And out of bounds. Brown turns it over along the baseline. This is all being done without Kevin Durant. KD expected to rejoin the team on Friday night. Foul called in the backcourt on Brown when the Nets open up a 5-game Western swing.
And Steve Nash talked about, Michael Grady asked a great question about
Jumper finally goes for Malcolm Brogdon. 10 points for Brogdon. He's the high man for the Pacers. Harden, flip it to the outside. Irving, rims out. Rebounded by Lamb. Get it ahead for Sabonis. Knew exactly what he wanted to do. And Domantas Sabonis with the bucket.
coming right at you. And you look at tests and the game within the game, and for the Nets, it's can they keep this sustained level of consistency, pressure, energy here in the second half?
Offensive foul, James Harden. Yeah, Harden looking for an explanation.
Well, first looks like a reach in. And yeah.
Indiana's finally put together some good possessions, and you look up and the Nets are still up by 28. .8-0 run for the Pacers. Harden one-on-one with Brogdon. Puts it on the floor, lost it for a moment, and turns it over. Scooped up by Brogdon. Lamb. Air ball. Sabonis on an island with Jordan. Turns, missed it, and another rebound for DeAndre Jordan. That is his 11th of the night.
Rides him and bodies him to the baseline, forces a tough shot.
Oh, Kyrie Irving. The fake on the outside and then the take to the rim.
Hold up that left hand.
22 for Kyrie. Brogdon hard cut, and he finishes at the hoop.
Good read by Brogdon. Wide open lane to the middle, up the middle.
71-43, Brooklyn. Irving, pull up. Rebounded by Sabonis. Just his 4th rebound of the night. Brogdon using the Sabonis screen, and the push shot doesn't go. Loose ball foul underneath. Lamb got held. Let's check out the All-State good hands as we hit the timeout.
Right through the middle, then the left hand. Beautiful roll. Pretty.
Center. So the Nets, national TV game on Saturday night against the Golden State Warriors, and then We're back with you here on Yes, Sacramento, Phoenix, back-to-back. The Nets will then take on the Los Angeles Lakers on TNT next Thursday. Nets also have another game on the trip with the Los Angeles Clippers after a couple of days off.
Sunday. I was circling Sunday. It's not yet on the calendar.
That was just a floating circle there for a moment. 71-43. Brooklyn leads it. Breaking one of my golden rules in my career.
You sound different.
Don't eat while you're on the air. Holiday, the jump shot goes. But when somebody hands you cake, how do you not accept it?
I never turn down cake.
It's rude.
It is.
It would be rude.
And it's your birthday. So.
That too. Jordan had it knocked up in the air by Turner. Now it's Irving. Harden one-on-one with Brogdon. Isolation. They clear out the area. Kick. Shamet is in. And the jumper is good. Landry Shamet gaining confidence with each game. Brogdon turns the corner, nearly throws it away. It's retrieved by Turner. Lamb. Kick. Sabonis splash on a three. (74-49) Brooklyn. Irving. Oh, the acceleration. Oh, what a finish. Kyrie Irving off the penetration and deuce. Catching fire. Turner. Long rebound to Holiday. Hot potato. Holiday three.
Tough opportunity there because off the three-point shot, you saw four gray jerseys on the inside, and it was just a long bounce.
76-52. Brown on the drive. Irving. Handles. Long rebound and a loose ball foul against Brooklyn.
It's just absolutely absurd, some of the finishes he shows off. You see Miles Turner draped on him, trying to block this shot. Irving avoids that with his finish from the weak side. He practices and has throughout the course of his career to be able to create those angles.
And doing it with the left hand. Sabonis, open J. Another offensive rebound for Indiana. Holiday, kick. Brogdon. This time corralled by Brown. Pacers are still shooting it at just 31%, despite making more shots here in the third. Harden, the dribbling skills, 10 to shoot. Holiday D's up. Harden off the mark from three-point territory. TJ McConnell, that's his game. Finding spots, getting into the paint, and then using that mid-range skill.
It's definitely a pass-first point guard, but when he is that open, those are the areas on the floor that he's going to look to shoot.
Nets lead is currently 22. It's been as large as 36. Harden, cross, and Brogdon picks his pocket. Brogdon streaking to the rim, stripped to the ball. Last touch by Irving, out of bounds.
And Brogdon is up in James Harden. You see it there. Official block in the view. Able to get the steal. A lot of reaching in, though, to create that turnover.
Just that alone shows the defensive effort from Kyrie Irving tonight, getting back in what could have been a transition opportunity for Indiana. Holiday hooks it inside. Well done to Sabonis. And the Pacers showing a competitive spirit in this third quarter.
And you better believe that they're looking at this like we could chip away at it. Still a lot of time left in this game.
Jordan misses on the jam, so everything that was working in the second quarter is not currently working here in the third. The lead is still immense, 20. But there are breakdowns now defensively.
And they're finding their way in the middle of the floor. We had talked in the first half about Indiana, their layup attempts, their attempts at the rim. That is a consistent aspect of their offense that they were not getting, and now they are.
This is now a 9-0 run for the Pacers. They have gotten it under 20 points. Tyler Johnson in. Shamet tried to shake off Holiday, 7 to shoot. Shamet, pull up on a fadeaway. It rims out. And a dry spell here for Brooklyn. McConnell into that same area on the floor. McDermott, kick. Sabonis, soft touch. And now Steve Nash has finally seen enough. They have shaved 20 points off the largest lead for Brooklyn. DeAndre Jordan was making jam after jam in the second quarter. Not here in the third. He lost it.
I'm supposed to be chilling, but keep getting out of place.
Some highlight dunks. The activity, the attentiveness, the physical play that he has brought to the table has been something that has been much needed for this Nets team and fun to watch.
Tonight's Duncan-fueled performance. DeAndre Jordan, 12 points, 11 rebounds, and a block. His second double-double of the season. But things have turned in this third quarter. Indiana could not score in the first half. They finished with 30 points. They have 30 points in the third. Harden, drive, kick it. Johnson, corner J, doesn't go. And one and done for Brooklyn. McConnell turns the corner. Can't get the layup. Harden there defensively. 1:42 to play in the third. Johnson waits for his teammates. Jordan gets a touch. Now it's Harden. Contact. McConnell. Open man. Shamet. No good. McConnell bringing energy to this Indiana squad, and Jordan did not get back.
While getting stops, Indiana has been able to play at a faster pace, and you see that type of push.
It is a 13-0 run. Indiana doing in this third quarter what we thought they would do in the first half. Johnson finally puts an end to it with a driving bucket. 78-62. Under a minute to go in the third. McConnell weaving. Sabonis missed it. Jordan trying to take it away from him. A wrestle for it and a jump ball.
Good effort and also awareness by DeAndre Jordan where Sabonis was moving to in the wake of TJ McConnell. Nice rip. And those are the small plays that we didn't necessarily see that intensity. Last night, a better response by the Nets, but now this is another opportunity to look at the test of what type of performance they can sustain here throughout the course of this game as they try and close it out.
They have been outscored 32-16 in the third quarter. They control the tip. Jeff Green is in for Brooklyn. Harden, one-on-one. Gets around McDermott. And the driving deuce for the beard. Off the made basket, McConnell rushes. Jump shot doesn't go. McDermott. Nets have the rebound, and they can hold for one with 16 seconds left in the third.
Great contest by Jeff Green.
Can they get this lead back up to 20 to open the fourth? Harden using the green screen. Harden fouled, but not in the shooting motion. And Indiana had the foul to give. So 5.7 left. Nets will have it on the side. Joe Harris checks in. He will replace DeAndre Jordan.
Excellent minutes by DeAndre Jordan tonight thus far.
And a change for Indiana as Sumner has returned. Sabonis crowding Green. Get it in. Harden makes his move and makes it look easy. Going to the rack, James Harden. Half-court shot at the horn. Bank shot, no. From Brogdon. The Nets up by 20 after 3 in Brooklyn. Mike, I love how you made that connection, and it's so true. It is legitimate what Steve Nash is asking of his team, and also I like the words that were described in the year of the Ox in general. Forget about the basketball side of it, but honesty and hard work, very important.
Do you know what year you were born in?
Yeah, 1969.
No, but do you know what the symbol is?
Yeah, rooster.
Really?
No, I have no idea. Oh. I was just guessing. I thought you knew.
No, I didn't. I probably should have before asking.
I thought it was rhetorical. Luau Cabarrot comes away with it, trying to go end-to-end here. The ball ricochets back to TLC, but could not secure it. Start the fourth. Good ball movement. McDermott the cut. McConnell the feed.
Well, McConnell has helped this Indiana team play with a up-tempo style, push the pace. A lot of it has come through turnovers and misses from the Nets, but nonetheless, it's aided in their success.
Harris rims out on a three ball, rebounded by Goga. 82-64, just underway here in the fourth. McConnell circling. Tip in doesn't go. Loose ball foul against Goga.
Batadze.
Yeah, Batadze picks it up. Green initially thought it was on him.
Well, because Batadze's holding Green here. And Green.
That's not allowed.
He's almost hugging him, actually. That's a lot. I mean, he's got his arms entirely around him. He's using them to prop him up to jump.
Foul is called. It is McConnell. So the Nets have Irving, Harris, Luau Cabarrot, Johnson, and Green. Small lineup here to go against Lamb, McConnell, McDermott, Holiday, and Batadze. Irving, no good. What a snag by Jeff Green. He's held on the inside. And the loose ball foul against Indiana.
Jeff Green brings such a value to this team, this lineup, and you see the way that he's working Lamb on the inside. Both kind of wrapping each other. But Green defensively and also on the glass has been so crucial.
Beautiful. Joe Harris gets the bucket on the interior. Just to confirm, Sarah, it was the year of the Rooster, so...
How did you find...
I just knew it. I felt it. It was a vibe. If ever in doubt, just go Rooster. Jump shot, Holiday. The follow goes for McDermott. 84-66. Brooklyn, couple of days off and then hit the road. Kyrie Irving missed it from the outside. Irving is now 6 of 14 from the field, 24 points. He's 1 of 5 from three-point territory. The Nets are 1 of 6 as a team. Goga with a left hand. And this is a 16-point game with 9.5 remaining in the fourth.
And Indiana's confidence is building. And they've been able to make enough adjustments to figure out how to get the ball inside and to the rim against the Nets defense.
Johnson, pretty fake. Fakes again. Johnson comes away with a rebound. Irving to Green. Money. A three.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. Just.
I see what you did there.
Came to me in a dream. 87-68. Spin move and a foul called against Tyler Johnson. What's changed, Sarah? Why have things changed so dramatically in the second half in favor of Indiana?
Indiana's putting some more pressure and being more aggressive on the defensive end. I think the Nets offense has not been quite as fluid. They haven't had the same type of looks or shots go down, and because of it, it's allowed Indiana to get into more flow on their offensive end, and they're getting inside and finishing around the basket.
Off the stutter step, McConnell, he has excellent feel to hit McDermott on the move. They've got good chemistry, and Indiana, a team that could not score in the first half, seems to be scoring at will now. Shake. Irving. Bank shot. No good. Cleared by Goga. McDermott to the rack. This is a 15-point game with just over 8 minutes to play.
And there's an example, a window into it, a miss and a push, and that's what Indiana has been doing. It's also what they typically do, 7th in the league in fast break points. They haven't been creating the same amount of turnovers against the Nets, but they're starting to up their pace.
Green fakes on a three, denied. Batadze with a block.
And take a look at Doug McDermott. Strong to the hoop, and that all came from the quickness in the push after a missed shot.
Get it in. Layup goes. Joe Harris on a cut to the rim. (89-72). Nets' largest lead was 36. That pass gets away from Batadze, and he tosses it to the Nets. Green looking for an angle. Little stutter, and the deuce for Brooklyn. Off the turnover, the Nets take advantage with a transition bucket.
Copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
Oh, baby, you be lying in your verses. I be here and say you buying them purses.
Kyrie Irving, another special night in the way in which he has done a little bit of everything on the offensive end, facilitated for his teammates, finding some of those open players on the floor, and also doing so in terms of getting his own buckets. And he's had some flashy ones, some deep shots, getting to the basket. Right hand, left hand, beautiful finishes. And it's been a major factor in why this Nets team has had a significant lead throughout the course of this game.
Tonight's key matchup presented by your local Ford stores. Irving with 24 points, 8 assists. Malcolm Brogdon has been held to 12 points. Has not shot it well, 4 of 15 from the field. Pacers were turnover free in that third quarter in outscoring the Nets 32-20. Basically a standstill here in the fourth, with the Nets now in front 91-72. 7:35 to play. The Nets basically need one last push to put this team away.
And so Kyrie Irving was hanging back, not defending T.J. McConnell from the three-point line because he knows he's not necessarily going to take those shots. And it was just a little bit of a dig in there on McDermott.
They got the foul on Joe Harris, so not sure if Kyrie thought it was called on him.
I thought it was called on him.
I think Kyrie did as well, but it's number 4 on Joe. Harris, 17 points, just so efficient tonight. 6 of 8 from the field, 3 of 5 from three-point territory. It's interesting, though, the Nets, the three-pointer has not really been a big part of their game tonight. They're 8 of 24. Now, this is a team that regularly will shoot 30-plus.
And
three-pointers.
To me, that's a part of just reading what the defense has given them and where the openings and holes have been.
Only one free throw attempt in the second half for Brooklyn. Ball is moving. Jeff Green can't hit it. Tapped out by Lawawu Cabarro. Irving launches. Connects a three.
The first three doesn't go down, but was excellent ball movement. He couldn't get a better shot for Jeff Green in the corner. Nice job staying with the play to generate some extra points.
Lead is back up to 20. Jordan the block. Out of bounds. McDermott couldn't get the shot off cleanly.
The bench has been enthusiastic tonight.
Very much so.
See. Talk about bringing juice, bringing energy to the floor. A lot of that can come from your teammates cheering as well.
Harris, stutter to the corner. Now makes himself available from three-point territory. Can't get it to go. Jordan keeps it alive. Claimed by Brogdon with 6:24 to go in the fourth. Deep position. Foul on Green.
And a job by DeAndre Jordan. The smack against McDermott. Good timing. We've said it before, but DeAndre Jordan came into this game and just a concerted effort of what he was doing on both ends.
3 blocks for DeAndre Jordan. You know, you like to say, oh, he really came to play. He came to work tonight. Jump shot goes for Malcolm Brogdon. That's a 3. 94-77. That high kick dribble from Irving, working around the perimeter for Harden. Irving crowded by McConnell. Harden, the defender, goes on by, but he can't hit the 3. It's a bonus on the handoff for Holiday. That jumper goes. It's a 3. This is a 14-point game with 5:37 remaining.
A lot of time left. Take care of the basketball. Quality looks. Attention to the defensive glass.
Backdoor. Irving. Wild attempt. Oh, it nearly goes down. It would have been a major highlight. He's fouled.
It is really astonishing the way he can get shots off and do so with the type of body control. I mean, look at this. Miles Turner, best shot blocker by the numbers in the league. Gets himself to the free throw line. And that's a nice moving screen by Sabonis to get Holiday open for that knockdown 3.
He is 12 of 12 at the free throw line tonight. Bruce Brown checking in. Joe Harris gets a breather. Irving is now over 94% at the line this season. .29 for Kyrie Irving. Giving up 120 points has become a regularity for the Nets. 7 straight games they've allowed 120 or more. 14 times overall. McConnell missed it. He's a crafty player, but could not finish. Irving behind the back. Out of bounds. Last touch by TJ. That's a franchise record, by the way. The 7 straight games of giving up 120 or more. The previous mark was 5, set back in 1978. It's been a long time. Kick. Harris back in. Off the rim. Bonus gets it in the post. Over Jordan. No good.
Once again, solid defense. You force a tough shot. Don't allow Sabonis to get deep position.
Harden swing. Irving. Fake. Foul call. There was McConnell there defensively. But now Kyrie Irving will head to the free throw line because the Nets are in the bonus. So 2 more here for Kyrie. He can crack 30 points. He has logged 34 minutes of action. And now a quick word from Duncan. That's 97, Indiana 80 with 4:24 to go in the fourth quarter. 31 points for Kyrie Irving to go along with 8 assists. James Harden 17 points, 11 assists. DeAndre Jordan 12 points, 12 rebounds. Jumper doesn't go for Brogdon. Off the mark from three-point territory. Irving. using the screen. Return feed. Irving in a crowd is fouled.
Excellent usage of give and go by the Nets tonight. We see it between Kyrie and Jordan on that play. We've seen it earlier with Joe Harris, with Kyrie, with Jeff Green. A lot of that is just feel, reading the defense, and Indiana has been so tight in playing both on the ball and playing for the pass that it's allowed those backdoor cuts.
NBA All-Star voting officially underway. Help make your favorite Brooklyn Nets players 2021 All-Stars by voting tonight. To cast your vote, visit brooklynnets.com/vote. One correction on the numbers. Harden, the 11 is rebounds, not assists. He has 5 assists. I think I've just gotten used to saying 11 assists.
I thought you were going to make a correction that you might be the year of the monkey.
No, I am the year of the rooster.
Okay.
That is confirmed. Gills, Green the drive, but he missed it at the rim. Sabonis loses it. Irving takes it away. Now it's a race. And Kyrie Irving will win it with a left-handed layup.
And he turned that up a gear.
Harden switch.
A closer look at what James Harden has been able to accomplish since the trade from Houston. 12 games, you see the scoring average. Now the Pacers did FanDuel Sportsbook pregame, and then all the action here on Yes. Toyota
A game summary. The first half runs, the Nets had a 10-0 run in the first, had a 15-0 run in the second. The Nets had their largest halftime lead since January of 2002. James Harden, another all-around terrific effort, and Harden can add to his stats right here at the free throw line. Indiana has actually won 6 straight games here in Brooklyn. For whatever reason, that has been a tough matchup for the Nets. The Pacers in desperation mode because they've lost 3 in a row. And this is the front end of a back-to-back as they take on the Pistons tomorrow night in Detroit. Batase clears it. Sumner for Holiday. And the jump shot goes down from the outside. It's Martin. How about this, Sarah? Between Harden and Irving, they are a combined 27 of 27 at the free throw line.
Whew.
That'll help the numbers. Nets as a team are shooting 89%.
And it's not just being perfect, but the fact that they have created so many attempts from the line.
Green has to hoist it. Off the rim. Rebound for. And a loose ball foul against Brooklyn. It is a new career high for Kyrie Irving at the line. Most attempts, most makes. 17 of 17. And now Steve Nash will take out all of the starters on the floor. Luwawu Cabarrot, Johnson, Chiozza, Pell, and Vonleh.
And, of course, a lot of things to like about the performance tonight. The response after a subpar performance last night.
Ball fake. Vonleh swinging the elbows, and he did clip the defender, Sampson.
But when you talk about this matchup, and obviously different rosters, different personnel, different teams, but coming into this one, there was aspects of how the Pacers play, the way they're built, that you would think this would be a potentially bad matchup for this Nets team in areas of which they've struggled, and they shored it up.
Jump shot doesn't go from the outside. Keelan Martin. Johnson takes the lane. Find the open man. It's Chiozza. Fancy dribbling from Chiozza. Luwawu Cabarrot fills the spot but can't hit the three. 1 minute to play. And that's out of bounds. Don't forget, after the final buzzer, Chris and Frank back in our Yes Network studios. Highlights, analysis, player reaction. We'll hear from the head coach, Steve Nash. You'll also hear from Michael Grady, all coming up after the game here on Yes. That ball got kicked and died on Sumner's foot.
Pacers lineup, nice showing of the Big East. Get a little Xavier, St. John's, Butler.
Where did Batase go?
No answer.
I was going to say he's from Georgia.
He is.
Not the
just,
Georgia.
Just not the SEC.
No.
Pell trying to stick with it. He had it blocked on the inside. Martin feeds it. The fend-off and floater doesn't go for Sampson. Sticking with it. Banks it home and one with 24.9 to play. There's your St. John's representative, Jakar Sampson, now in his 6th season in the NBA. From Akron, Ohio, same high school as LeBron James, different time periods.
Yep. Second year here with Indiana. And the interesting thing with Indiana, of course, we've been showing our love for Karis LeVert. Of course, not yet able to play for the Pacers, but you lose the scoring, you lose the production, you lose a player like Victor Oladipo, and not to this point yet replaced. So part of the reason for some of their struggles here as of late.
They'll take the shot clock violation. That'll be the 11th, or make it 13th turnover for Brooklyn. That's it. The Nets end the losing streak with a big effort against Indiana. Strong showing, 104-94 victory for Brooklyn. Nets improved to 15-12, showing some love to their former teammate, Karis LeVert. And everybody just checking on him. LeVert, of course, had surgery to remove a small mass on his kidney, and the indicator is that everything is A-OK. Now it's just a matter of him getting back to a point where he can return to the NBA. He has been shooting and moving around a little bit, and a good sign that he's just on this trip.
Absolutely. Great to see him. Great to see him smiling. You know how much love you have for Karis, and sometimes it's funny how things happen and for a reason, and may not have had a physical and found that in the timely manner that they did, if not for the trade. So for Karis, of course, we just wish him all the best for his health, for him as a human being, and can't wait to see when he is finally back on the court.
Po yan sa inyong napakabait na manugang na si Boss Jun Dulay.
On the other end, and noticed that he had to go dribble out. Ooh, and then right there, he peeked at the clock and said, ooh, I better go to work. Go to work, he did, right around Al Horford.
LeBron and basically everybody else on the team didn't shoot the three the other night. Something they're going to have to work on this evening. Oh, that's a good little dish to Horford. Williams split two defenders with the bounce, and Horford a little jump shot.
Nice play by Williams.
Schroeder will get it right back in the two-man game. He's open for a moment. Another pick by Gasol. Baseline and Schroeder. 5 minutes into the game. Again, he came off the bench for this team the last couple of years. Clock. And LeBron going to fire up a long straightaway three. Long shot, long rebound. Kuzma wanted it, didn't he? But Schroeder set, fire and get. Splash from three.
That's what happens. You give up second chance opportunities. Boy, this time it's the Lakers getting the extra possession, and Schroeder drains the triple.
Again, the Lakers 24% from beyond the arc 2 nights ago. It was their second worst shooting performance from out there this year. And they're at it again, Stu, being aggressive and going to the rim.
They're getting the screen and coming to their dominant hand and turning the corner, and the Lakers are just not stepping out and forcing them wider.
Already 10 paint points. 2 threes in a row. That one spills out, rolled around and came out for LeBron, who was 2 for 10 from beyond the arc the other night. Otherwise, pretty good. 11 for 22 overall. Diallo fires it up. Ooh, LeBron got caught up and fouled by Dort. Inadvertent trip. But Dort picks up the foul anyway.
If LeBron doesn't fall on that play, there's no whistle. He got tripped up. If he could have maintained his balance, they would have let play continue, which is the right thing to do.
Again, the Lakers 1 game back of Utah in the West. Utah's won 5 in a row and 16 out of 17. We'll see you on the 24th. Jazz Lakers in Salt Lake. And the story the other night, one of the huge stories, was Wesley Matthews. What a competitor, what a pro. He was ready, and he delivered.
And that's what he's been doing throughout his career, though. He comes in just now for LeBron, who I'm surprised. I'll be surprised if LeBron plays more than 22 or so minutes tonight, but knowing LeBron, he probably will. But he's on the bench right now as Wesley Matthews is on the line to shoot 2.
His coach called his outing the other night exceptional, and he hit some huge threes down the stretch. And while we have a moment, here's a quick word from Morongo.
Morongo, playing it safe. The good times are back.
And Stu, by the way, Wesley Matthews passed Steve Nash and is now 24th all-time three-pointers in NBA history. And his teammates were giving him his due in the locker room. Nobody really knew that had happened. And when you pass a guy like Steve Nash, one of the great names in the history of the game, that's something special.
Yeah, he did a good job. I mean, you know, you have to have obviously some longevity, and
again, when you're taking care of guys like Steve Nash, you're getting it done. There's another screen, though, coming to their dominant hand and getting into the lane.
Williams gets away from Schroeder with a nice move and drifting left and shooting right. Kenrick Williams, who played with the Pelicans last year. 17 rebounds in the last 2 games for Williams, so he's been on the glass. A little over 5 minutes to play first quarter. Lakers down by 8. Rebound taken by Baisley, the southpaw. Season high 21 points in the first game and a career high 16 rebounds. Williams going to try it again. Same shot, basically. And it's a 10-point lead for the Thunder.
And as most right-handers will tell you, they prefer to go to left to shoot jump shots because they don't have to square up. And he drained yet again.
KFC.
on the other end and noticed that he had to go quick.
Dort's going to go to the rim. Ran into Gasol. Good defense by the Spaniard.
Verticality there as Mark just jumped straight up. But another look at LeBron dribble out. Ooh, and right there, he peeked at the clock and said, ooh, I better go to work. Go to work, he did, right around Al Horford.
LeBron and basically everybody else on the team didn't shoot the three the other night. Something they're going to have to work on this evening. Oh, that's a good little dish to Horford. Williams split two defenders with the bounce, and Horford a little jump shot.
Nice play by Williams.
Schroeder will get it right back in the two-man game. He's open for a moment. Another pick by Gasol. Baseline and Schroeder. 5 minutes into the game. Again, he came off the bench for this team the last couple of years. And LeBron going to fire up a long straightaway three. Long shot, long rebound. Kuzma wanted it, didn't he? But Schroeder set, fire and get. Splash from three.
That's what happens. You give up second chance opportunities. Boy, this time it's the Lakers getting the extra possession, and Schroeder drains the triple.
Again, the Lakers 24% from beyond the arc 2 nights ago. It was their second worst shooting performance from out there this year. And they're at it again, Stu, being aggressive and going to the rim.
They're getting the screen and coming to their dominant hand and turning the corner, and the Lakers are just not stepping out and forcing them wider.
Already 10 paint points. 2 threes in a row. That one spills out, rolled around and came out for LeBron, who was 2 for 10 from beyond the arc the other night. Otherwise, pretty good. 11 for 22 overall. Diallo fires it up. Ooh, LeBron got caught up and fouled by Dort. Inadvertent trip. But Dort picks up the foul anyway.
If LeBron doesn't fall on that play, there's no whistle. He got tripped up. If he could have maintained his balance, they would have let play continue, which is the right thing to do.
Again, the Lakers 1 game back of Utah in the West. Utah's won 5 in a row and 16 out of 17. We'll see you on the 24th. Jazz Lakers in Salt Lake. And the story the other night, one of the huge stories, was Wesley Matthews. What a competitor, what a pro. He was ready, and he delivered.
And that's what he's been doing throughout his career, though. He comes in just now for LeBron, who I'm surprised. I'll be surprised if LeBron plays more than 22 or so minutes tonight, but knowing LeBron, he probably will. But he's on the bench right now as Wesley Matthews is on the line to shoot 2.
His coach called his outing the other night exceptional, and he hit some huge threes down the stretch. And while we have a moment, here's a quick word from Morongo.
Morongo, playing it safe. The good times are back.
Stu, by the way, Wesley Matthews passed Steve Nash and is now 24th all-time three-pointers in NBA history, and his teammates were giving him his due in the locker room. Nobody really knew that had happened, and when you pass a guy like Steve Nash, one of the great names in the history of the game, that's something special.
Yeah, he did a good job. I mean, you have to have obviously some longevity, and again, when you're taking care of guys like Steve Nash, you're getting it done. There's another screen, though, coming to their dominant hand and getting into the lane.
Williams gets away from Schroeder with a nice move and drifting left and shooting right. Kenrick Williams, who played with the Pelicans last year. 17 rebounds in the last 2 games for Williams, so he's been on the glass. A little over 5 minutes to play first quarter. Lakers down by 8. A rebound taken by Baisley, the southpaw. Season high 21 points in the first game and a career high 16 rebounds. Williams going to try it again. Same shot, basically. And it's a 10-point lead for the Thunder.
And as most right-handers will tell you, they prefer to go left to shoot jump shots because they don't have to square up. And he drained yet again.
KFC.
the meat.
Happy you're with us. Game 4 of the 5-game homestand, but it's a 10-point deficit. Let's get to the Taco Bell take. Let's talk old guys. 35 plus. How many triple doubles after that birthday? LeBron just passed Jason Kidd. Jason in the building, of course, coaching for the Lakers. Powell's brother, Mark, is here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Paul Pierce is watching tonight. So those 4 after the age of 35. And LeBron, you mentioned it, Stu. It would be a huge shock if he went giant minutes tonight. 6 minutes already, does have 3 points and a rebound.
But if I keep looking at this scoreboard, I'm thinking they may be forced to play more than the 20, 22 minutes that I thought he would play. So they just didn't come out with the kind of aggression on the defensive end that I thought they would in this.
Wag mo sanang i-sa Facebook.
To back. And as Mike Trudell talked about, they don't think it's serious. They don't think AC's is serious either.
Well,
and we'll see about Friday.
I knew he was important to the team, but I realized he was
MVP
this
status.
important to the team because the last 2 games, I mean, the last game and a quarter, the Lakers have not played very well.
Well, you missed the offense, quite obviously. You missed the
you
protection
missed the rim
at the rim.
Yeah, you missed a lot of things.
Just his presence, mere presence. Dort, Jackson on the perimeter.
Illegal screen saved the hoop, too, because Jackson again drained the triple.
Remember, we had a lot of turnovers early in the game the other night. Then we went an entire quarter without either team committing a turnover. And we've only got one combined turnover right now in this one. And we're in the second quarter.
Kind of an over-aggressive foul there that time by Miller, as Wesley Matthews had actually picked up his dribble, but the aggressiveness of Miller picks up the foul.
Now Darius has a 3 tonight. Played 12 scoreless minutes the other evening. Took a whole year off, rehabbing an Achilles injury himself. Not a good pass. Bad decision that time, as Harrell was surrounded. Dort, 1-2, right back out to Horford. He's going to let it fly. It's probably his best year from beyond the arc in his career.
Oh, there's no question about that. Shooting over 50% from the three-point line. Lakers really, really struggling.
LeBron's going to try a 3. Off the front of the rim, then off the glass. It's taken by Darius Miller. 30 years of age now, Darius.
Look at these open looks.
Here it goes, and down it goes. Yep, another one for OKC, and it is a 20-point deficit for the purple and gold.
You keep digging yourself these holes, and it becomes more and more difficult to get out of them. The Lakers escaped in the last game down by about 17 to 1 point. Tonight, down by 20 early, but really momentum not on their side.
Morongo's got the spotlight. Stu's in charge.
And it's on the Lakers defense, or right now the lack thereof, as they are allowing the Thunder to just waltz into the paint and score rather easily. I mean, you've got to do a better job of leveling people off. Make them go east and west, not allowing them to turn the corner, go north and south.
18-12 in paint points. OKC holds that advantage. LeBron with the basketball. Lakers down big. Talen Horton-Tucker, regular man in the rotation now all the way, and he scores on the little finger roll in the lane.
Now, he recognized the defender was getting ready to block that one, and he did a good job of arcing up a little bit.
Yeah, speaking of a finger roll, he might have had his fingers jammed.
Oh, he's 20.
After that. Here is Muscala. That makes it easier.
Oh, yeah. 20-year-olds run that off so fast.
LeBron James runs into Dort, just bumps him aside. That's going to be a foul on Lou Dort. Dort 6'3", a solid 215. But still, that's tough to stop somebody who's 6'9", 250 coming at you. 43-25. Out of bounds, Lakers. Horton Tucker has control of it. The 20-year-old, second youngest player to ever win an NBA title. Darko Milicic was younger when Detroit won back in the early 2000s. Stolen away by Morris. Here comes THT. Lob and throw down to Braun.
Boy, they got lucky on that play. Markieff did a great job of getting that steal and getting an easy deuce.
Horford back to the basket. Morris in front of him. A couple of savvy vets. Mid-range rattled in by Big Al.
See what Horford did there. Catches it and didn't dribble. He just turned and faced. And it's hard to play belly to belly when they've got a dribbler left.
LeBron over to Harrell. That's an easy bucket. Boy, just pulling his way in. Dort went down again. And Harrell had the easy dunk. Give the assist to James. Last year, the leader in the NBA in that department. This year, he's number 6 so far in assists. Jackson holding on to it. Horford will not give it back to him. Instead, it's Muscala. He pulls up over Harrell and scores. Mike Muscala. Bucknell, 4 years, 29 years of age.
59% from the field.
And the Lakers are 35%. And they're only 1 for 10 from beyond the arc. 1 for 10 for the Lakers. Keith might try one. No, he's going to bounce it into the post. 6 to shoot. Montrez facing the basket. Thinking about a mid-range. Here it comes. He's got a little mid-range magic in his game.
The Lakers need to find some mid-range defense in their game.
Nearly 60% for the Thunder so far. On the year, they're in the bottom third in field goal shooting. About 43%. Horford in pretty deep. Then a little step back and scores.
That's one of his favorite moves right there. Comes into the paint, gets contact, and then steps back a little bit to get the separation.
A 5-time NBA All-Star, Al Horford. LeBron forces his way in. He'll get 2 free throws.
You know, a minute ago, the Lakers had that possession where Markieff should get credit for the steal, which he does, and he should be half the assist as THT throws it up and LeBron just hammers one.
That's the Allstate Good Hands replay. Friday night, Memphis, John Morant, and the Lakers will have the game at 7 o'clock. And that'll be the end of the 5-game homestand.
You look at the minutes that the Thunder players played so far. 7 of the 8 players that have played between 9 and 12 minutes. So they're keeping them fresh, running them in and out. And they are really keeping their energy level really high.
Mike, you've been keeping a close eye on the Harrell-Horford matchup.
Yeah, it looked like they switched up the rotations a little bit so they could match up Horford with Harrell more with the second unit. He was really going after Basley in that small ball lineup that OKC had out yesterday. So Stu, we'll see if they can get him going now that Horford's out. We'll see if they get Harrell moving here a little bit.
Well, yeah, he'll be guarded by Muscala, and he can overpower Muscala where he doesn't overpower Al Horford as much.
Oh, Kuzma, great cut in the feed, and he's got a 2-hand slam.
Good movement without the ball by Kuz. Good recognition by Montrez.
Dort going to be an offensive foul. Lakers take the most charges in the NBA, and you can put another one up. It's THT.
And that's number 3 on Dort as we look at the nice pass from Trez to Kuz for the easy flush with our Carl Scam. And then the offensive foul as Dort right in the sternum of THT. Easy call for the official.
THT will go to the bench, so the Lakers have KCP, Schroeder, Markieff, Harrell, and Kuzma on the floor. LeBron so far has played 12 minutes, and yes, that's more than any other Laker so far in the game. Kuzma dump it into Montrez. One-on-one on the wing, alone with Muscala. Back and forth he goes, pulls up again, going to come up short, tapped by Baszler, going to be taken by OKC. They're up 51-35. They scored 83 in the first half a couple of games ago. Barely grazing the rim is Jackson. Schroeder with some speed in the attacking 47. Dennis with Dort playing good defense. Remember, though, he has 3 fouls. That was a challenge by Dort with 3 fouls. How about that? at the other end. Baisley once again throws it up, looking for the whistle, not going to get it. And we go back the other way, 3-on-3. Middleman is KCP, scoring with the left hand.
Nice job by KCP of taking it the distance, changing directions, changing hands, and scoring.
Caldwell Pope on the board. Only Laker who has played, who hasn't scored, is Marc Gasol, and he'll be back in a moment. Another 3 launch. Rebound to Kuz. Quickly left wing, Caldwell Pope all the way again. Screen. Yeah, that's going to not count. That's going the other way.
Montrez almost looked like he was trying to get out of the way, but in the process, it's called for the illegal screen. So take the basket away, give Montrez a foul as he heads to the sideline. As mentioned, Marc Gasol back into the game.
Well, so far, 56% for OKC, 39% for the Lakers. You know, I thought of Chick Hearn the other night. Stu and Frank Vogel after the game said, we couldn't throw it in the ocean. So I said, well, just add the word P and it'll be Chick.
One of his.
Couldn't throw a P in the ocean. All the way, and scoring is Schroeder.
Dennis, great job of recognizing that secondary defender and throwing it a little higher on the window. Now, this is going to be a tough match for Mark because there's players out there that like to just stay around the perimeter. So that's a tough cover for Mark, who is, you know, he likes to play defense in the low post, basically.
Wesley Matthews knocks it out of bounds. A lot of energy for Matthews defensively the other night. In fact, singled out by Coach Vogel, especially on that defensive end for Wesley, after he didn't play in 4 straight games. Muscala trying to get around Gasol. Mark again challenges. Rebound batted around, and Gasol, no, he did not establish himself.
Yeah. Got to get 2 feet back on the court, establish your position, and they ruled that Mark didn't. So the ball out of bounds under the hoop. And Muscala misses the layup. And the Lakers tapping it around, and Mark tried to step in and just didn't get it done. We've got a timeout. Still a lot of time left in the first half. 5:33. Yet the Thunder have already put up 51 on the Lakers. They lead it by 12.
Yes, I'm wrong, but I'm always right.
Go ahead and read his his thought process. He was not playing the national anthem before the Dallas home games, but the NBA said you got to do it, so they issued a statement requesting all teams to play it, and Mark said that he would. Carmelo, look at the career points. He passed the Big O. Big O, one of the greats of all time. Detroit may not have a great record, but look at the teams they've beaten. Come on now. And we've talked about Utah. They've won 16 out of 17. They beat up on Boston last night, and the Lakers get them in 2 weeks. Just a crazy year for them right now. Quinn Snyder and the Utah Jazz.
Lakers dodged one there, inbounds under their basket, and they gave a pass. They gave up a pass to a guy right under the hoop.
OKC has missed their last 4 tries. Lakers defense to offense, but we got a whistle. And so that break with Wesley Matthews is going to have to come back.
Schroeder's not feeling too well right now, grabbing that right knee.
Yeah, that's not a good sign, is it?
The quad, but looks like it's the... And they're actually calling a foul on Schroeder on the play, too.
Did he bump knees? See if he bumped knees right there with Muscala, who's hurting a little bit himself.
And that's the foul. That's where the foul was called. Is Lakers thought they had a breakaway, but...
Plays on a review for off-ball timing.
Thank you.
Reviewing to see if the ball had been inbounded when the foul occurred. If it's a dead ball foul, it's not good for the Lakers. Contact right there, and that's close.
I think they may call that Williams still had possession of the basketball.
I do too. That's close.
So this will be sorted out for the next couple of minutes. And you're right, if it had not been thrown in, that's not good news for the Lakers, because they'll get another opportunity. They'll get free throws and the ball.
After review, the ball's been released on the throw-in. It is a common foul ball. We put it back in play on the side.
All right, so the bang play goes the Lakers' way.
All we have to do is say one way is always going to go the other, because we're never right.
It's pretty true, isn't it?
We are never right.
Oh, man.
I wouldn't say never, but...
All right, ball out of bounds. Yeah, OKC will have it out of bounds. 5 on the floor for the Lakers. Matthews, Kuzma, Gasol, Schroeder, who's still kind of limping around, and Caldwell Pope.
I tell you, when you bump knees for about a minute or so, that's some excruciating pain.
Lakers with the third best point differential. OKC with the third worst, but they're up big. Baisley throws it up with the offhand. They battle underneath, and the Lakers and Gasol come up with it. One bounce dribble, and Schroeder will pick it up. Dennison, the attacking 47, will orchestrate, attack, the quickness, but it's blocked. Brought right back down, and we got a whistle.
Yeah, they fouled him on that play. How, I don't know. I mean, why, I don't know, because he's going underneath, and both bigs were there. Oh, they just wait to see the ball. Somehow they got contact, and Dennis Schroeder is at the free throw line. He goes right past Diallo, and Muscala's there, and you see Diallo hit him right on the arm there. No question about the call.
That's Hamadou's second foul. Hey, attention LA area teachers, grades K through 5. Register your classroom for the Lakers Literacy League. Engage your class with Lakers-themed activities and an opportunity to win Laker prizes every single month. Teachers, register your classroom right now on Lakers.com/community.
Schroeder knocks down 2, and the Lakers trail by 10.
Schroeder an 81%er on the year. He also had some tough D the other night to Dennis, including a big block late in the game. Muscala holds it high over his head. Now to Jackson, being chased by Matthews. All the way, Jackson, good dish. Blocked by Kuzma, but a foul. Oh, Kuz looked like he was in line for yet another fly swat, but a foul's going to be called. And Muscala will be at the charity stripe.
Again, I mentioned a minute ago, with the lineup that the Thunder have out, really no big. He's putting Mark in a position where he has to do some defense around the perimeter, then retreat back into the paint. It's tough for the real bigs to do it both ways.
That's just the second team foul called on the Lakers. Again, they are still top 5 in the NBA in fewest fouls. You can see Muscala well-traveled. Those 17 games with the Lakers in 2019. and just out of concussion protocol. Théo Maledon is in COVID protocol, and they miss the young man from France, the 19-year-old rookie, very talented player. Kuzma off the glass to score.
Good decision by Kuz. He took his man in deep, but then recognized the secondary defender waiting for the charge and just elevated and shot it off the window.
Kuz's been on a nice roll, Stu. Consistent on both ends. Double-digit scoring 3 in a row. Oh, Kenrick Williams, little change of pace and score.
Well, he's played really well in the first half.
Really has, hasn't he? He's a great rebounder, too. Here is it on its way for Schroeder. Glances off the rim. Hamidou Diallo's putting up some numbers. 5 points, 7 boards, and 2 assists. And they score at the other end. And it's Bazley with the bucket.
The Lakers have cut it down to 10. Now it's back to 14.
We'll see LeBron here for the final 3.5. He's at the scorer's table right in front of LT, the voice of Staples Center, with 38 years now as the public address announcer for your Lakers.
Turnover by the Lakers, and that time there was just no court balance. The Lakers had 4 players within 8 feet or 10 feet of each other, and that's, if you've got 4 offensive players there, you've got 4 defensive players there. Too much congestion.
Williams bringing it up, went to TCU. Started tonight, came off the bench the other night, started the previous 2. So he's been in and out of the starting lineup. Bazley back to the aforementioned Williams. Gets doubled up by the Lakers. Boy, they're converging on him. He's in the lane. Then they gave him a little bit of space, and he scores again.
He's just taking them apart right now. He's only missed 1 field goal.
That's right, 7 for 8, 15 points. Nobody else on the team in double figures. Kuzma to Gasol, quickly Schroeder. Mark's going to try a 3. Got it! Yes, sir, Marc Gasol.
Lakers got just under 3 minutes here. Down by 13. They've got to try to cut this to about 8 or so by halftime.
Plenty of time to do just that. Bazley with Kuzma trying to stay with him.
See where they make Mark play?
Well, that's a good play by Diallo. Got it again. Again, he is a leaper. That's a human trampoline right there, Diallo.
Definitely is that.
44.5-inch vertical in the combine. Wide open is Matthews. Got a good dish from LeBron, and he makes no mistake. Wesley's got a 3. LeBron 3 assists. Williams still only has 1 miss in the game.
Again,
feeling it.
Again, though, they set the high screen, which forces Mark to have to step out on this, in this case, Williams, and he gives him space. And it's just not, you have to try to match up a little bit better for the high screen and roll people.
This is his 4th double-figure scoring game of the year. So see if the Lakers can make that adjustment. LeBron, count it, foul. He'll have a 3-point opportunity.
LeBron finally gets a whistle for an and one here. Last game, it seemed like he got a couple of non-calls. This one, as he works on Jackson and changes direction and goes up and gets the contact, gets the hoop, and goes to the line where his 3 for 3. I mean, Muscala's, now they've got Al Horford back in the game, so that's a better match for Marc Gasol. But when Al Horford's not in there, you can almost play a forward out, go real small against them defensively so that you can step out and possibly switch every screen and roll.
Got to play that chess match. By the way, Kenrick Williams, Stu, could get a career high in the first half. His career high for a game is 21, but they turn it over. Kuzma weaving his way. Wesley on its way. Got it again. Yes, sir.
Well,
and it's down to single digits.
It's down to the 8. Now to see how they end up. Still 1:20 left in the half.
Matthews has 2 of the 4 Laker threes. Bazley attacks Gasol off the rim. Rebound. And here come the Lakers again. LeBron James. Cross court. Schroeder quickly. Matthews, the hot hand. Gasol's hit a 3. Gasol goes to the dribble. He hits Matthews. Here it goes, but he's not going to get that one. And Diallo's got the rebound. He's really gobbling them up.
Oh, Al Horford had a shot, but he says, I'll take a 3 from my teammate.
And then Al tries to tap it. And it's going to be Laker ball. 45 seconds
remaining. Stick around at halftime. We're going to send it to the studio. Geeter, Big Game, and D-Fish have the halftime report. They're waiting. Give you all the numbers and the highlights and analysis. LeBron, a little dance on top. They've got 2 in front of him, and they knock it away. Turnover, Lakers. That's their 6th of the night. But they get it right back. Defense. Oh, and Schroeder gets knocked down as they tried to double. You know, he's so quick, has so much speed. They were behind it all the way after that turnover. Lakers down by 8.
Foul was on Williams. About the first thing he's done negatively in this first half. He's been the show offensively for the Thunder.
Again, the Lakers have never led. Both teams with 28 points in the paint. Turnovers have not really been a huge story. Lakers just 25% from beyond the arc. Shooting free throws pretty well again, 81% tonight. But they're being out-rebounded. Hey, NBA All-Star voting has started. Here's how you can get your favorite Lakers on the team. Visit NBA.com/vote or tweet your favorite player's name with hashtag NBA All-Star to vote. Voting closes Tuesday, February 16th, so vote wisely and vote often.
KCP comes in for the final 24 seconds. Wesley Matthews goes to the sideline.
Schroeder with a dozen. He leads the Lakers in
without getting the foul, as the Lakers just found out, as he goes to the line and shoots 2, and now they're reviewing something to see if it was...
Plays under review to see if it meets the criteria for a flagrant foul.
You heard that, seeing if they're going to call a flagrant on
I'm not saying a
KCP.
word. Not saying a word. I was waiting for you to. We'll look at it a couple of times, and you at home or wherever you are enjoying Lakers basketball can make your own decision.
No way that's flagrant. No way. Come on. He's making a play on the ball.
I'm agreeing with you.
Trying to make a block.
OKC free throws. He's handling the basketball now to Baisley. Baisley will bounce to Scala in deep, started by Montrez. Williams for three. It's his night. It's his night so far.
The one time that Schroeder sagged off a bit, trying to help out in the middle. When he got it back, he couldn't close the time.
Williams is one away from his career high. Montrez leaves it for THT. The launch spilled out as it rolled around the rim. Did we see him check the rim on this side? I don't think they did.
They brought the level out and everything.
Where was I? Where were you? Where did I go? Here's THT taking it right away.
Oh, Baisley showed it to him and he took it.
Kuzma. Boy, that was way short.
And off to the right.
Yeah. So in other words, not close. Rebound Baisley, crossover. Here he goes. Montrez, no trespassing there. Absolutely not. Get it out of here. Montrez doing it again, protecting the rim. 78-71.
That time, Baisley, when he went to the rim, he went away from the basket, not straight to the rim, and that gave Montrez an avenue to make up the distance and make the challenge.
Looks like you got a fingertip on it. If not, it was a great alteration. Now Montrez picks up the foul. By the way, who's the leading man right now on OKC? Having a career night doing it too. That guy right there, Muscala. 6 assists, a career high for the veteran.
That would have lost the farm on that one.
Thank you, Brian Hagan, our statistician. Baisley on the outside, rebounded Taylor Horton-Tucker. Long lead. Montrez is there, fumbled it for a moment, but scored anyway.
Oh, I thought he got away with just a push off as the ball was in the air. He gave the defender enough of a push to keep him out away from interception.
Montrez has 8 in 12 minutes. Muscala, look at him dishing out on top. Jackson, THT's got to know he wants to shoot the three.
Jackson and Williams are the two that you really have to keep attached to.
Muscala looking to get to the basket. Kind of goes up a prayer. It's tapped out. Here comes LeBron. Oh boy, they really hustle back. All 5 defenders got back. And LeBron gets stopped at the baseline. Got to go inside out. They'll work the perimeter behind the back to Harrell. Cutting was Matthews. Oh, Montrez with a move and the throwdown. What a move by Trez.
Oh, he crossed over Muscala. What a finish. Nice job because the secondary defender is coming over.
Montrez will enjoy watching that again, but the defense falls asleep at the rim.
Every time the Lakers get a little bit of a surge going, the Thunder thus far have had the answer.
Lakers down 5 still. A little over 2 minutes to play, third quarter. LeBron opens for 3. Got it! Boy, LeBron, his first 3 of the night. He's 1 for 4. He was 2 for 10 from there 2 nights ago. Let's see if it gets it back in the ring. But Muscala comes right back for a bucket.
Well, you know, the Lakers have the right idea. They're trying to help one another, but sometimes you have to really wait a little longer before you give the support when it's on the perimeter. That time Montrez was cheating toward the rim, trying to prevent the drive, and his man got open at the free throw line.
Lakers shooting 50% now. As Montrez, after that great move, going to try another one. This time, Matthews, bullet pass to THT. LeBron, back to Taylor Horton-Tucker. Fly by 3 to beat the clock. A rebound, Jackson on the weak side. Lakers held them under 40% the other night. Tonight, don't much better for OKC. Shooting 47%.
We shot 55% in the first half. So the Lakers have cooled them off a little bit here in the third.
Yeah, clamp down a little bit. That's no shot. No shot. The foul before Dort got to the rim. Now just waiting to see who the foul's on. Montrez. It is on Montrez. That's his 3rd. Darius Miller is going to come into the game.
Now the Thunder take out Baisley, so that leaves Muscala's the only real big out there for the Thunder. Lakers maybe able to get to the paint, get to the rim without those young legs.
There's Williams trying to work around Marquise. Look at this spin, the scoop, the follow, and the score. That was a pretty move to scoot away.
And a new career high for Mr. Williams.
Yeah, seeing him tonight with 22. Morton Tucker in a pushing match trying to set a pick for LeBron James. The team with under a minute to play here in the third quarter, and the Lakers down by 6. Another dogfight with this scrappy team. THT can't finish right at the rim. Rebound went to Miller. Gordon, good little move now again. Oh, that time the challenge by Montrez results in a turnover. LeBron trying to get the handle. A little frustrated right now for the...
But again, Bill, you see how Montrez made the play defensively? It's not his man. That's how bigs get into foul trouble a lot. They have to be, obviously they're the last line of defense, but when they're always having to protect the rim after you have gotten beat off the dribble on the perimeter.
A little bit too much sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, the bigs go over to you and say, hey, can you defend your man just once?
Morton Tucker trying to get around his double team. Oh, and he does. And a good pass under to Harrell. He's surrounded, and he scores anyway. So in tight quarters, Montrez, and he's been effective both ends of the floor here over the last few minutes.
Very tight quarters, and there's only 8 seconds left in the quarter, and they call a timeout. Wow, they were in pushing up the court. That's when you want to attack. Now they let the Lakers set up their half-court defense. So we'll see what they do coming out of this break, leading by 4.
been very consistent tonight, as it was a couple of nights ago when these two teams met.
LeBron now just shooting the basketball. All 3 shots here in the fourth quarter out of the arms of LeBron James.
That's more of his signature shot right there.
Matthews diving for it, just took it away from Dort. A rare Thunder turnover on the night. The kick out, and a rare miss as Harrell will save it from going out of bounds, and Matthews was able to get across the timeline in enough time. So James, this time, defended by Darius Miller. He was all over him. That should be a 24-second violation, and it is.
Now, that was one
great
of the,
defense.
You're right, partner. That was one of the few offensive rebounds you've given up, and it still didn't equate to anything for the Lakers. But here's good movement with the basketball. All bodies in motion. The floor is spaced, and it's created problems for the Lakers all night trying to figure out that play. High pick and roll, and different guys in those high pick and roll situations.
Lakers a completely different team in the half court, and let's get more from Nick.
Well, guys, we've seen so much versatility on the floor today. You saw Mike Muscala getting the ball in a get action, pulling up to the jumper there at the elbow. You saw Justin Jackson running pick and roll with Al Horford. These are things that are not traditionally within these players' games, but because of their versatility, because of the way that Mark Daigneault uses them interchangeably within the Thunder's offense, they're generating good looks. Justin Jackson told me before the season that the offense is really a perfect fit for a lot of these guys. It's moving without the ball, it's spacing, and players not necessarily needing the ball in their hands to be effective members of this offense, and that's why we've seen so many assists, 26 of them rack up tonight.
As Mark Daigneault said, a stress test of the system without a traditional point guard. The Thunder have been executing at a high level against this Lakers defense. They have a 4-point lead here in the early minutes of the fourth quarter. Horford's had a couple of buckets. Jackson continues to let it fly from 3. And Muscala trying to keep it alive as he was amongst the skyscrapers in gold jerseys.
And, it's really, what Nick was talking about is evident on the floor because anybody can initiate the offense and anybody can score the basketball. It's not like you're locked into a set piece.
Morris, and that is a rare open look by LA here in the second half.
And Morris is one of those guys. He's very clever with the basketball. The Lakers found him along that baseline. Had a couple of dribbles to get to the rim.
Horford has a hand in the face. Now double teamed. Shot to the open man. It is Dort. We're still trying to find that stroke from the outside. Once he can make that shot, got up to the hot start offensively. As LeBron finds another open man. Matthews cooling off a little bit. Hit a couple of threes in the first half. Matthews in there with no Alex Caruso, getting those minutes back after he was essentially taken out of the rotation.
And he's 2 for 7 from downtown. 2 for 6, folks, excuse me. Dort loses the basketball again.
And a tough night for Lou Dort on the offensive end. And the Thunder take it right back out of Horton Tucker. It is Jackson on the lead-ahead pass and the easy deuce. And that's the kind of defense that's been there throughout the night for OKC.
Well, they've shown a lot of resilience because you're battling the champions. And they're trying to figure out how to crack the code and get in those easy basket around the rim. Just hasn't happened. It's been the Thunder getting those easy baskets around the rim.
To a Mile High City to take on Nikola Jokic, another MVP candidate. The Denver
with that excellent ability to jump, loaded it in.
right on a platter and a beautiful connection. This time Harrell passes out of his matchup on Muscala. Baisley playing volleyball with Morris. And the Thunder gain possession.
Justin Jackson did a good job of deflecting that ball. Thunder fought for it as they have this whole game.
Baisley shut off by Kuzma, straddling the baseline, and he turns it over. Mike, we have seen him dribble the basketball a lot tonight.
Well, I think he's overthinking sometimes when he gets the basketball, but look at this play here.
What a connection.
Was that ball behind his head where he caught it? Because he was going so fast, and Mike timed it perfectly with kind of like a rainbow pass. You know, Hamdi, man, you can throw the ball, and he'll take off, and he'll make you feel silly because he's gone from the place where you thought he was. Perfect timing.
Third consecutive time the Lakers are working it through Montrezl Harrell as Markieff Morris clanks that wide left. Harrell somehow wants two players. That'll be an and one. Montrezl Harrell staying with the play. He's able to grab that offensive rebound, and the Thunder just have not been able to slow him down. He's got 16 more points on 7 out of 8 shooting. And just too much power. Muscala's the one that gets ticketed with the foul. And so Harrell, who had 21 points on Monday night, inching toward that total again here, and it was a prize free agent signing by the Lakers. Poached him from the Clippers. So weakening maybe your biggest threat in the Western Conference and adding to your arsenal. What has been an arms race between those two teams. But he has made an impact in both games, a considerable impact.
Well, he just switched locker rooms. He was with the Clippers last year, and he's doing the same things as he was doing last year with the Clippers.
Being that six-man super sub.
Absolutely. You know, the reigning six-man of the year.
Diallo back in, rifles the pass to a cutting Williams. Perfect execution and a beautiful hookup between those two.
Yeah, that was a peach of a pass by Hamdi. I don't know what he's been, trying to figure out, when to pass, when to score. He's got it down. That was a rifle.
As Markieff Morris finally gets one to drop from the outside. He had missed his first 3 on the night. And this is the closest that the Lakers have been since early in the first quarter. Thunder maintain a lead pretty much throughout this game and certainly have the Lakers' attention for the second consecutive game, as it took a late Lakers push in the fourth quarter on Monday. Baisley, an offensive foul. Boy, he is struggling. As it's Morris drawing the charge. That is turnover number 9 for OKC on the night. Miller protected the basketball extremely well.
You see what he's trying to do with the basketball. Just a lot of times it starts with the point of contact, where he's just thinking too much. When he reacts, as he did the other night with those, 21 points, 16 rebounds, it was a totally different, level of play of getting to the rim. So when he's out there hesitating a lot, the defense is pretty much set up and waiting on him.
Schroeder Shut off nicely there on the baseline by his friend Muscala to make a decision here. And the pass will go all the way into the backcourt. And even though it's going to stay with the Lakers, you see the 1.7 there. Lakers are going to have to inbound the basketball well behind half court. So got to be aware of a quick shot here. It's Kuzma on the turnaround. A little too easy. Williams had it deflected and taken away. 4-on-2 for the Lakers. LeBron scoops it to Kuzma on the reverse in transition. And Mark Daigneault quickly out on the floor. Will call a timeout as the Lakers have gained the lead for the first time since the first quarter. Thunder trying to regroup. Basketball is brought to you by our founding partners, Chesapeake Energy, fueling your life. By Devon Energy, commitment runs deep. And by MidFirst Bank, the official bank of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's take a look at tonight's OG&E power play of the game, and it came in the second half. Justin Jackson, Al Horford with a nice hookup here. A couple of big men initiating the offense to success. See the pass there from Jackson, and Al Horford had a great night with 19. And there's just 6 days left under fans to cast your votes and add Shea and Al to the 2021 All-Star roster. Go vote now and every day through February 16th at OKCThunder.com/All-Star or through the NBA app. And don't forget that you can also retweet the Thunder's mentions of both Shea and Al. Al has been outstanding, 19 points, 9 out of 12 shooting. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander was in the top 10 in the early count. Certainly with time to march up that ranking. He has played at an all-star level throughout the season, through the first 24 games. You see those numbers, Mike, it has been consistent.
Yeah, certainly all-star numbers as he just continues to be, it's tough being consistent in this league when you know teams are going to load up in the paint or on the perimeter for you. He finds a way to get it done.
See how the Thunder execute here out of that timeout from Mark Daigneault. As we enter clutch time in Los Angeles. As Williams finds the open man, Horford. Boy, it was close. Heard the gun with the shot clock expiring. Thunder have not shot the ball tremendously well from 3, 7 out of 29. LeBron looking for his 3. That is good. And he's now got 22, so the Lakers starting to get a little separation as the Thunder offense stalls here late in the fourth quarter. The last 8 go to Los Angeles under timeout. near consecutive timeouts called by Mark Daigneault. Just a couple of plays apart as the Lakers on a mini 8-0 run here in crunch time with under 5 minutes to go. And what do you think he's talking about, Mike?
Well, you got to score then. I mean, this is what, closing time? You're there. You talk about crunch time. And you know, certainly your offense has been solid all night. You know, you've got to micromanage the game at this point and find ways to score and avoid those empty trips.
Horford waiting for some action to open up. Little jab step, tough fade away. Williams, hand on it for a moment. That's 5 consecutive tough trips down the floor for Oklahoma City. Now the Thunder need to get a steal, and it's Dort taking it away, stepping into the passing lane, and he will soar up for the slam.
Yeah, that's tough to do. And you see him look back to see where LeBron James is. Because how many times have you seen LeBron catch up with you on plays like that? But he says,
that's Andre Iguodala.
Exactly. He says, I'm going to dunk it just in case.
Well, the Thunder for the second consecutive time against maybe the best team in the NBA, fighting to the finish here, getting the Lakers' attention. And the Lakers needing maximum effort here as James again off, and this time it's Baisley able to come up with a rebound, and the Thunder an opportunity here with 3 and change. Got to execute in the half court. Against this tough Lakers defense, Diallo floats. It was halfway down. How about the rebound and the putback by Horford underneath?
Oh, just great hustle as Hami drove hard to the basket. Bodies collision as Montrezl Harrell's a little shaken up on the play.
You see the left elbow there from Diallo on the drive might have grazed the face of Montrezl Harrell, and that freed up Al Horford. Right place, right time with a reverse layup. And the Thunder, as you said, Mike, when they needed offense, getting that steal from Lou Dort, and then another offensive rebound, so creating it in different ways.
Well, and that's what you got to do. You just got to you got to make plays at the right time. And these are making plays at the right time. How do you steal the ball from LeBron James? Arguably the greatest player to ever play the game in the modern era. Arguably, folks. You come up with a big steal on him and go coast to coast and get quick buckets. And all of a sudden, you know, you get scrappy inside. The game's tied up with 2:53 to go in this fourth quarter. Almost a repeat of the game a couple of nights ago between these two teams.
Had overtime on Monday, needed an extra 5 minutes, and here we are in a similar situation with 2:53 left to go. As once again, this Thunder team, and even without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, no Teo Maledon, no Isaiah Roby, going toe-to-toe here with the Lakers for the second consecutive night, which is such a big difference from when these two teams met here in Oklahoma City back in January, which was a one-sided affair.
You know, it's been really impressive. The Thunder have been able to hang tough with the Lakers for the second game in a row basically without a point guard.
Playing with 8 players, which is the minimum that you can play with, as Harrell. The Lakers get that whistle from the baseline official, as it looked like Kenrich Williams might have got a piece of Harrell there trying to tap that ball out. The gang rebounding here for the Thunder. And you saw Kenrich Williams. He couldn't grab the rebound, so he just tried to tap it over to Hamidou Diallo, and in the process might have got Montrezl Harrell.
Tough call at this point in the game. I thought Montrezl Harrell didn't even have the basketball.
Shot clock about to expire. Hand in the face. Williams forced the miss. Kuzma the rebound and the putback underneath.
That's a tough one there, especially after you get good defense on LeBron James. And they come up with an uncanny and an unusual score. Well, we haven't given up very many offensive rebounds tonight to the Lakers.
Horford trying to go to work on Morris. Tough fadeaway. Shows the touch. Beautiful shot by Horford when the Thunder needed it to draw even at 100.
Just a big-time player, man. He's been a big-time player his entire career.
Harrell, quick spin. And another foul. Montrezl Harrell in closing time. Just using brute force. The Thunder just trying to match up. You've seen the Thunder, they've double-teamed him, Mike. They've used an array of guys to try to slow him down.
I like this. I like what Hami did. Don't allow him to score the basketball. I mean, put him on the free throw line, make him earn it every single time for the next minute and 50 seconds. So that was a great foul by Hamidou Diallo.
No easy slams.
That's
no
right.
easy dunks.
It's closing time.
Yep.
You don't give any freebies away right now.
But Montrezl Harrell likes to take his time at the line. Thunder Basketball is brought to you by Enable Midstream Partners, a partner in your success, and by your Oklahoma Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Oklahoma. I wasn't sure if we were going to get to those billboards, Mike.
Yeah, well, we got plenty of time to talk here, partner, because it's going to take a minute here. Now, he took a hard hit to the chops, you know, a couple of plays ago, and he's a tough player. I mean, that's why the Lakers picked him up in the offseason. They need his activity coming off the bench.
Takes his time, knocks them both down. And it puts the Lakers back on top by 2. What has been an entertaining game from the start. Second straight between these two teams. Another mini series here for the Thunder. As Horford this time trying to back down LeBron. The players back from their Eastern Conference days. LeBron with Cleveland. And Horford with Atlanta. As that ball that gets pried is going to stay with the Thunder, and LeBron thinks it was last touched by Oklahoma City. He's calling for a review, and if he's that emphatic about it, I'm sure that Frank Vogel will honor it, but
I don't.
The out of bounds is under review.
Based off that angle, I don't think there's enough there to overturn it. It's going to have to take a different camera shot. Well, you see there maybe a little bit, but still a lot of distance. This one might be better. And
well, it looks like LeBron is the one who slapped it loose. I don't really see where Al had anything to do with that, with the ball going toward the sideline. Now, just looking at it at different angles here, folks. You got the same angles as we do. And see, that angle right there, it clearly looks like it's LeBron James who's forced the action on that.
Well, it's tough to tell who was last. I mean, the initial call is going to go to Oklahoma City. Now, is there enough there to definitively say that Al Horford was the last player to touch it? That's where I think it gets a little ambiguous.
I think you make a good point there. And I think that's something the officials are going to have to take a look at, because it has to be conclusive to be overturned. And as you just mentioned, the ruling on the floor is Thunder basketball. This is a really big possession here for both teams.
This becomes very coveted.
Absolutely. This is a game changer with $1:30 to go. It's been a great game.
I'm surprised that LeBron had the reaction that he did, considering it is as inconclusive as it is based off of the replay. I mean, based off of what he was responding to, you would have think that it would have been clear cut. It's not by any means on any one of those camera angles that we saw. And obviously, this being a critical call, my assumption would be that it would stay with the Thunder, but you never know, Mike.
And this was a big situation, with a review that happened in the fourth quarter with Dennis Schroeder taking that charge in the open court on Hamidou Diallo that was overturned.
So Kane Fitzgerald, I believe, is going to keep it.
After review, the ruling on the floor stands.
Yeah, it should stay with the Thunder. Nothing there to definitively say. And LeBron has a tendency to get a little operatic at times.
Now, what that does, you got a free timeout. If you're the Thunder, it's your basketball on your half of the floor. So now you're coming out knowing what you want to do with plenty of time to talk about that. And the Lakers lose a timeout because they lost the challenge. Lakers Thunder with 2 timeouts left. Lakers with 1.
I don't think it was a challenge, Mike, as it was an under 2-minute review. And Baisley trying to beat the shot clock, followed his miss, out of bounds. And so the Thunder had to move quickly and got the shot off in time with just 6 seconds, and it was Baisley trying to get downhill to the rim. So now the Thunder with 1:24. They have to continue to apply that defensive pressure on the Lakers. It's been there throughout the night.
Well, it's a one-possession game with plenty of time left by NBA standards. You just have to get a stop right here if you're the Thunder.
Schroeder looking for a little space as he streaks across the baseline. Now picked up by Horford. Kuzma, three straight away, back iron. Horford does a great job to seal off that rebound.
And good job of just getting it back to himself, too. Not batting it up in the air, making sure he got it in his hands.
Thunder with the drive. It's Dort. Is it going to count for an and one? Score the bucket according to the official. And Lou Dort, who's been searching for his offense throughout the night, will get an opportunity here to put the Thunder up at the free throw line as he turned the corner, and a lazy defensive play there from Montrezl Harrell.
Well, Dort is so low to the ground, man. He's built like a fire hydrant. And when he's driving, you're not going to get underneath him.
And the free throw rattles in, so the Thunder go from trailing by 2 to up by 1 thanks to the three-point play from Dort.
That changes everything with that one-point lead. How about the fight here by the Thunder?
LeBron off wide left, and the carom out of bounds. Last touch by the Lakers, and now it's Kuzma's turn to dispute the call. And the Thunder can't inbound it prior to the officials recognizing, and clearly the reaction from Kuzma alone is going to prompt the review.
Out of bounds is under review.
And this one might be off Baisley, so he might have a case. Kuzma actually pointed to the Thunder.
And if you're the Thunder in a situation like this, take the ball out fast. Just keep going. Yes, that was quite a battle. That ball bounced up high and out as Kuzma and Bays were battling for it. And that's what this game has been about. It's just been a battle. I mean, Thunder have just been grinding it out with plays like that. 8-man roster tonight for the third consecutive night. No problem. It's been a community effort. And they're once again pressing the Lakers to the limit. Right now, with a stick man ahead.
So I believe that the ball is going to get put back in possession of the Lakers.
As reviewed, the call is overturned as Laker basketball.
So this one does go back to LA, and it wasn't a challenge. It was just a review, everything under 2 minutes. It's reviewed upstairs, and so Kuzma was correct that time.
And if you're the Thunder, you're okay with that. Your defense was solid. You forced Kuzma to shoot a tough shot under duress from the shot clock. Just stay with it. You've been solid in these situations.
Ball gets inbounded to Dennis Schroeder. LeBron's been taking a lot of second-half threes. This time charges, kicks out to Kuzma. Bumped on the baseline, left open, and misses. Ball volleyballed up, and trying to save it out of bounds as Matthews put it into the arms of Horford, and the Thunder get fouled.
Wow. There was a lot going on that play as Kuzma was able to make a nice move to the basket. He's wide open, and this is where the battle starts right here. This is all about a battle and a fight and some toughness.
Boy, a couple of good things there. Darius Baisley avoided getting the ball hit off of his body that would have potentially put the ball back out of bounds. He took that bump from Kuzma on the drive, kind of lost his footing. That allowed Kuzma to spring free, but these become 2 big free throws for the veteran Horford, who has not taken a free throw yet on the night, and this could push it up to a 3-point Thunder lead with 24 seconds left. And Al Horford, sparkling performance here tonight. Shrugged off a difficult shooting night on Monday. The veteran that he is, in multiple All-Star games, and 2 big free throws there as the Thunder, with the last 5 in the game, Mike, you think about the 3-point play from Dort, the 2 free throws from Horford. So a 102-100 deficit has turned into a 105-102 lead with 24 seconds. And for the second consecutive game, the Thunder putting a ton of pressure on the defending champs.
Well, at times you've had a lot of tire kicking. And then at times you've had a lot of hoorays as the Thunder has just been able to battle through some tough situations. You know the Lakers are, they're the defending champions. They're not going to roll over. You have to beat them. You have to make plays, and that's what they've been doing the last couple of trips down.
Well, while we got a moment, join the Thunder Reading Challenge presented by American Fidelity Assurance Company. The Thunder Reading Challenge is open to kindergarten through 5th grade students. Participants who complete the challenge will have a chance to win a Thunder prize pack, and those who sign up before March 5th will receive a gift from Rumble. For more information, visit OKCThunder.com/reading challenge. And Mike, the Lakers obviously with a lot of options here, plenty of time to make the decision. Do you go for the 2? You go for the 3? The Thunder, in all likelihood, will play defense here and not foul. And you got LeBron James, and one of his tactics throughout his career has been just go to the rim.
Well, and you've done a good job of not allowing the Lakers to get easy scores in the early part of the shot clock. So just continue to stay disciplined with your defense by not fouling and forcing them to use time off that clock.
Thunder half-court defense has been exceptional throughout the game. Harrell gives it up to LeBron. He wants to tie for the 3, and he knocks it down. LeBron James had missed a series of 3s, and now the Thunder, with a tie game at 105, can dwindle down this clock, procrastinate the possession. Horford's going to have to make his move, defended by LeBron. Gives it up to Dort. Dort lets it fly from 3, back iron. And for the second consecutive time, the Lakers and the Thunder head to the extra period for overtime.
How about LeBron James showing you why he gets the initials LBJ, knocking down the big 3 to tie the ball game up within 6 seconds. Thunder had about 18 seconds from that point. A little handoff by Montrezl Harrell. He has made so many big shots in situations like that throughout his career.
Well, the Thunder got the open look as Horford drew the attention there from LeBron, who was pressuring him outside. And Dort with the opportunity, but 5 extra minutes needed once again.
Hyundai Tucson helps make sure they stay little by alerting you if you drift out of your lane and even gently correcting your steering.
In overtime.
I just cannot say enough about the collective effort on this end throughout the night in creating resistance in so many different areas. But there is just a beautiful cut from Dennis Schroeder on the back door. Had just enough of daylight there on the excellent pass. LeBron had his back to the basket and still was able to thread the needle. And Schroeder will go to the free throw line.
And Williams did a good job of not letting them score. I mean, Dennis Schroeder's a good free throw shooter. Make him earn it at this point in the ball game. 3:36 to go. Overtime. You're up 2.
And Schroeder now 7 for 7 at the free throw line.
You know, the reason why you foul a guy in a situation like that, because there's always the possibility of an and one.
And he ties things at 107. Diallo getting a little pressure out on the perimeter from Wesley Matthews. Telegraphed the pass there. Fortunate it wasn't taken away by LeBron. Dort run off the line. Slings it underneath the Diallo. Couldn't handle it cleanly. And it pops out of bounds. Well, you got to give credit to the Lakers, Mike. The Lakers defense has been just as good as the Thunder's here tonight, and that's just a careless miscue by Diallo, and the turnovers have been a problem for the Thunder in the fourth quarter.
Well, good play. As you know, Schroeder gets in there again with that patented drive to the basket.
Schroeder been quiet, handcuffed throughout the second half. But he's got the first 4 for the Lakers here in overtime. Horford, double team, spins, eyes the rim, and Dort streaks in for that rebound. Fresh 14, Baisley outside the block, and he got that one to go.
They did try to get all the way to the rim. Saw the gold shirts there. Just a little stop and pop.
And this is the game that it's been throughout the second half. Tightly contested, not much separation. Incredibly snug. As Matthews high archer, no. And good communication there between Baisley and Horford, deciding who's going to get credit for the board.
Well, I like the fact that they're both going after it. Don't assume anything at this point in the ball game. Go take it.
Chance here for Oklahoma City to go back on top. Horford has the matchup that he likes. Bangs off the body there of Matthews. Too strong on the fadeaway. Under 2 minutes to go in overtime. What has been just some outstanding basketball the last couple of nights. This young Thunder team battling to the finish, and that time it's Harrell chiseling his way to the rim. As he's back up to 20 points. Dort sees a little daylight, and how about that finish? Tough contested. Harrell right in his face, not a problem.
Wow. Man, a lot of contact on that play as well. Harrell had no chance to block it. And this is a gutsy move by Dort.
Schroeder got to the nail. We've seen him make that shot countless times. As once again tied up. Back and forth we go in LA. Horford sets the screen for Baisley. Back up to Horford, swings it around. Diallo with 5. Drives baseline, kicks, swings. Baisley lets it go. Back iron 3, no good as we are under a minute to go.
football movement on that play. Now, you don't like the results, but, you get an open shot for a teammate after the ball exchanged hands 3 or 4 times.
See what LeBron does. He's been settling for the three-point shot. Sets it up. Matthews 3. And he's been killing the Thunder in both games. And he does so again. Off the creation from LeBron James. And his skillful passing for assist number 7. And Matthews, who was totally out of the Lakers rotation prior to the game on Monday night, maximizing his minutes. And the biggest shot of the game so far is that 3.
Moments ago, tying the ball game up was Baisley. Man, that's a lot of contact. My goodness. This is just a great play by player, drawing in 3 defenders. Matthews, being the shooter that he is, spaced that floor quite nicely. All he needs is just a little bit of daylight to knock that shot down, which he's done most of his career.
See the attention that LeBron James garners, the 3 defensive players. You want to take him away and try to neutralize him as much as possible, but he's got so much skill, so much size that the playmaking can set it up for other players, which he did so there with Wesley Matthews. He continues to be the thorn in the Thunder's side in these 2 games. And it's time for tonight's Thunder Player of the Game, brought to you by Riverwind Casino. And Ken Rich Williams has recorded a new career high thanks to 24 points. Look at the 11 out of 14, and you can't help but be so happy for him, Mike, and him being able to put together these positive performances because of the work that he puts in, the selflessness, and the Thunder really benefiting from his opportunity here. Played over 40 minutes on the night, and he has been outstanding.
Well, he's been pressed into service sometimes by default, and other times, just in the rotation. Almost like a Swiss Army knife. Whatever you want me to do, Coach, I'll do it. A lot of other Thunders are learning that as well. And Mark Dagenal's philosophy.
Thunder needed some offense and needed it quickly, and instead of settling for the 3, it's Dort streaking in for that layup, and that makes it a 1-point game. So just when the Thunder needed offense, it's Dort again supplying it, and we had a quick whistle there, and I'm not sure what is. Well, this is a game with just a multitude of timeouts. I believe this time it was Los Angeles, and if you're the Thunder here, Mike, with a 6-second differential.
I mean, what's the contact on this play? He's trying to decide if he wants to defend him or try to take a charge, and Dort just powers right through. That could have easily been an and 1.
Dort's not getting that call, Mike.
No. Should I stop trying?
Just not getting the call.
Man, that's a lot of contact. Whether it's a charge or not. Matthews was unsuccessful. But once again, the Thunder they're making adjustments. The other night, 9-2 advantage in overtime for the Lakers. Completely different story tonight. You know that you've worked hard to get to this point in the game. And you're just keeping a lot of pressure on the Lakers to continue to come up with big plays.
Now, if you're Oklahoma City, you don't have to foul. Big enough difference between the shot clock and the game clock, which is 30.2. And so it'll be interesting to see how the Lakers play it. Ball at some point will be in LeBron's hands. The Thunder down by a point here in this overtime. Gone toe-to-toe with the Lakers all 48 minutes plus this overtime.
And they've kept LeBron James out there on that floor for 41 minutes tonight. So, he's come up with some big shots and some big plays because skill sets always attract attention. See if the Thunder can lock up the Lakers here one more time.
So LeBron has Dort on him. Now back to the basket. They clear out the right side of the floor. Dort right up on him. Help defense lurking behind as LeBron lets that shot clock hit 5. Tough step back shot way off. Ball is loose. Horford able to grab it. The Thunder have to get up the floor quickly. There's only 4.3 seconds. And Mark Daigneault calls the final Thunder timeout. That'll advance the basketball. And the Thunder get that defensive stop, exactly what it wanted, forcing LeBron into a tough off-balance fadeaway from 17 feet, which is certainly a desired shot. Really surprised LeBron didn't try to
drive or anything, but Dort was right up on him.
And look, hand in his face. How about that? Hand in his face, knowing that this is a play that LeBron James usually has his way on. Stay disciplined, stay vertical, and he shot an air ball.
Boy, that has got to be so distracting if you're LeBron, and I'm sure that he's experienced that a lot throughout his career in defensive players just trying to do whatever it can. They can.
Look at that.
That is just, he's just like a curtain.
Beautiful.
All over him.
I mean, you can't script that. Young players watch this discipline by a second-year player. On LeBron James, arguably the greatest.
A lot of times you don't want to get too handsy because offensive players are just so skilled at sort of drawing contact. And he did a fantastic job, and he's been big here in overtime with those 6 points. But now the Thunder had an opportunity to end the game, Mike, with the final possession, and now here trailing by a point with 4.3.
They couldn't advance the basketball because they moved the ball forward, so they'll have to catch it in the backcourt.
Well, LeBron, the deflection. Williams, can he get it off in time? He will not. And once again, it's the Lakers and LeBron James prevailing in overtime in another 53-minute battle. And that was the key, Mike. The Thunder on that sideline were still 3/4 of the floor away. And with Horford trying to come and help out and catch that pass, it's LeBron's defense, the difference.
Well, and he did a good job just getting the fingertip on. That's all he needed. Didn't control it, but by the time Kenrich got it, wasn't a whole lot of time left. As the Lakers will squeak out another close victory in overtime against the Thunder.
A lot to be proud of with this Thunder team. The defending champs prevail, and one of the best teams in the NBA for a reason. Once again, our final score 114-113. For Michael Cage, Nick Gallo, Harris Lawson, and our entire production crew. I'm Chris Fisher. Our next broadcast comes your way Friday as the Thunder close out this 3-game road trip in Denver versus the Nuggets. Game time will be 8 p.m. with Thunder Live pregame. Get you started at 7:30. Keep it here after the break as John Radigan and Nancy Lieberman join us to recap all of tonight's action on Thunder Live postgame.